Douglas Ducote, an American patriot by the grace of God, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America from enemies foreign and especially domestic. I, Douglas Ducote, an American patriot by the grace of God, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America from enemies foreign and especially domestic. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome President Ronald Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
All of you will go to the polls, will stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago? If you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
President Trump, he'll make America great again.
This president deserves the support of the Black community because he's earned it.
There is a solid majority of us that see you, see what you're doing, see what you did for HBCU schools. That was actually the deal for us.
I wager to say that there is no American president since Lincoln that has had the impact for Black America that President Trump has had.
Joe Biden supported the crime bill in '94.
He has imprisoned Black America, basically.
Trump supported the NAACP and Black youth like myself in '87.
He's a businessman. He's bringing businesses back into America.
Bringing jobs back to America. Bringing the truth back, and he stopped the needless wars.
My day is going to be amazing. I'm never going to forget this day. This day's historic.
In 2016, I made you a solemn pledge. I would be your greatest champion. In the first 3 years, we achieved the lowest Black unemployment rate in history. We achieved the largest job gains for African Americans on record. Americans reached the lowest level ever recorded. I did more for the Black community in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years.
We cannot deny that that man has done everything that he has set out to do in record-breaking time. Can we say 3 years? Can we say 3
million new jobs for the Black community? Opened 500,000 new Black-owned businesses. Bring even greater fairness to the justice system. We did criminal justice reform.
I want to thank President Donald John Trump.
Create a ladder of opportunity for African American children by delivering school choice to every parent in America. Together we made unbelievable progress and achieved once unimaginable success. And with your support, your vote, and your voice, the best is yet to come.
Good evening, Patriots, and welcome to another edition of the Douglas Ducote Show. Tonight, our special presentation, Election 2024. Wow. We have been working towards this for well over 4 years now. And it seems like just yesterday it was a good 6 months away at least, and now it's here. We went out and voted earlier today in person. I hope that you did as well. If not, I hope you did early voting. And if you haven't voted yet, please stop watching me and get your ass out there and go vote, because that's what is in stake right now, is the future of our country. It is going to be a long night. we are going to broadcast either election being called or up till midnight, whichever comes first. And I sure as hell hope that it turns out to be like 10 o'clock. We know some answers. Maybe, maybe not. What we do know is that the polls have just closed in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. And they've already called Kentucky and Indiana for Donald J. Trump. So, and Vermont obviously went to Kamala Harris. So that's good. We're 19-3 at the moment with the total. And then in about 30 minutes, we're going to have, let's see, we're going to have North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. And we need all three of those in the red column. So let's just keep our fingers crossed as we push through this night. Throughout the night, I'm going to have, we've got a party that has just started here at the Ducote household. And throughout the night, any of my guests that are at the party are allowed to come join us and share their opinions and thoughts about tonight's election and the future of this country. If they do come and sit down, I've got several questions for them that I will ask. And we'll see what their answers are. So it is one of the most, look, let me back up. Every election, you hear the same thing, that this is the most important election in our lifetime. I heard that last year. I heard it the year or the last election in 2020. We heard it in 2016, and going back every 4 years, you hear the same thing. Now, that being said, yes, I said it in 2020, and yes, I said it in 2016, and I'm going to say it again now. Why? Because for the past 20 plus years, every time we've seen a Democrat get into office at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, we've watched them slowly but surely take away little chunks and pieces of our democracy. And it's at a point now where when Donald Trump was president this last go around, and he had 4 years, he was under so much attacks by the Democrats with the impeachment hearings, with lawsuits. It was just one debacle after another. And then we had COVID hit. So the man didn't get even a fraction of what he wanted to get accomplished. And most of what he needed to get accomplished was removing a lot of the bad things that had already been put into place by the Democrat Party and the Democrats before him. Didn't get that opportunity. Joe Biden comes along, wins the next election, and stack the deck. So if Trump gets in tonight, hopefully he will not have the same problems he had the last time. We won't have another disease pop up that's going to start shutting down this country. And the Democrats will give it a freaking break. And the best way for that to happen is if we, the people, vote for Republicans, maintain the House, and take back the Senate. If that happens, if those three things fall into place tonight, then there is future hope for this country and generations to come, because we can reverse all of these crazy ass policies that we've watched being shoved down our throat. The other side of that coin is if Harris wins, we're in for a long, dark ride to hell. There's no way to sugarcoat this. There's no way to make it sound any better, because it's not going to be. It's going to be a long, rough ride. So we'll see what happens. I'm very, very optimistic tonight. And let me tell you why. So if you watch the liberal news media, whether it's in print, whether it's radio, or CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, they're all saying the same thing, that this race is tied, or that Harris is up slightly in the polls. I don't believe that for one damn second. And I'll tell you why. Two reasons. Number one, when they call to ask you these polls, you know, the pollsters call and ask you about what do you think with this election? Who are you going to vote for? Number one, they've got no way of knowing if you're a registered voter or not a registered voter, nor do they know which party you registered for. The next thing is, I do believe in general that Republicans and conservatives, when our phone rings, if we don't know who it is, we don't answer it. All right. Democrats and liberals, on the other hand, they love talking on their phone and they will answer it no matter who calls. So therefore, you're missing a big chunk of this. All right. That's just not in the play. Stand by a second. Tonight, I'm drinking Shock Top. Not an advertisement for Shock Top, but it's a damn good beer. The next thing I want to add about these polls is that if you go back and you look at 2016, when it was Trump against Hillary Clinton, throughout the last year leading up to election night, we were told that the polls showed that Clinton was going to win this in a landslide all the way up to the day of voting. It was astronomical, the numbers that the polling was showing for Hillary Clinton. And what happened? It was just the opposite. It was bullshit. Now, either it was the media, left-wing media, that was just making this stuff up, scare tactics, or it's what I was saying to start with, and that is that Republicans and conservatives typically don't answer their phone if we don't know who's calling us. We don't have time to deal with phone calls from spammers or whoever. So all that being said, it makes me optimistic that tonight we're going to see, I believe, a red wave washing across this country, and at least in the swing states and the states that matter the most. I want to see us, obviously we're going to win Texas and Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana. Okay, these are pretty much given, just like California, Oregon, and Washington are pretty much given for the Democrats. But what I want to see happening is I want to see Georgia, because it's in play. I want to see North Carolina. It's in play. I want to see Ohio, Pennsylvania, and at least Illinois, Wisconsin, or Michigan fall in the line as well. And then that's going to give Trump the 270 that he needs. How North Carolina is in play? It's only in play right now, and it's got 16 electoral college votes. It's only in play because the western part of the state has no phones. They have no internet. They've been cut off completely from society with the massive hurricane that hit recently and did a lot of damage up there. So therefore, that whole part of the election is either not voting or they're having to be taken somewhere to vote, or maybe they're bringing the voting people into that area to do paper ballots. I don't know, but there's no electricity. Most of these people don't even have homes. Okay, so that's what's happening in North Carolina. Now, I know a lot of people ask, because I know you asked me, how is it possible that in a lot of these states being in play, like for instance, let's take Georgia. How is it possible that Georgia is even up for grabs in any way, shape, or form? And it's the same answer with any of your states. Where is the majority of your population? It's in the inner cities and the capitals of those states. And historically, in the capitals of those states is where your Black vote is. Now, in the rural areas, it's typically white people. So that being said, Georgia can have just Atlanta go totally blue and the rest of the state pretty much be red. And guess what? Georgia's going to end up going to the Democrat Party. So that's what we're up against there. Again, I'm going to go back to telling you that I'm optimistic. And the reason why is that we have seen a big, big shift of the black vote going to the Republican Party because they're waking up and they're realizing that the Democrat Party is not the party that's looking out for their best interests. They've managed to go through 4 years of Democrat leadership doing nothing for them. Same thing happened under 8 years of Barack Obama. I think that was the biggest eye opener when, quote, we had the first black president who elected the first black Department of Justice head and put in these African Americans in positions to really lift the black people out of poverty and out of crime-ridden areas. And what did they do for them? They did nothing for them. And then you've got people like myself and other conservatives and Republicans on many different social media platforms that were Democrats. I was a lifelong Democrat. I grew up very, very Democrat. All right. My cousin was the governor of Louisiana, a Democrat, for numerous terms, as well as a senator. And later on in life, as an adult, I realized that the party that I was following and the party that I thought was so great was actually the racist party of our society. From fighting Abraham Lincoln from freeing the slaves to fighting to keep segregation, founding the KKK, founding Planned Parenthood for the whole purpose of eliminating the black race. Just this own issue through the years of horrible things towards the black community. And then they try to say, oh, there was this major reset and it switched and that Republicans became the racists and Democrats. No, let me tell you, as a former Democrat, that's not true. And I can tell you how to know that it's not true. You can look today in 2024 at every major metropolitan city in the United States of America. And that's where you're going to find your black on black crime. That's where you're going to find black youth out on the streets shooting and murdering each other on a day-to-day basis. Pick one. New Orleans, Chicago, Baton Rouge, Philadelphia, Oakland. It doesn't matter. And what do they all have in common? A Democrat mayor. And therefore, they're being destroyed. And they continue to be that way. There's no lifting them out of anything. They want them to continue to rely on government assistance. And they keep pushing that and forcing that down their throats. And I've been screaming it from the top of the hills, as many others have. And I believe it's working. So I do believe in the early votes, as well as voting today, we're seeing a huge turnout from what I've been watching on the news of black people showing up to vote. Many for the first time, many adults for the first time, because I believe they've had enough of Democrats trying to destroy them and still doing it today. So that is a very positive thing. The other group of people that's in this equation is the Hispanic vote. And we know that Hispanics that came to America the legal way and became U.S. citizens, they do not like what's happening on our southern border. They will be the first ones to tell you that coming across that border is rapists and murderers and drug addicts and sex trafficking of women and children. And they want to see that stop. And they know what this current administration of Biden and Harris has done, which is let these folks out of jail, not make them serve any jail time, let them come in with no vetting process. It's a big mess. So we now know that, yes, the Hispanic vote is shifting even more towards the Republican Party. And then you have something that it's difficult for me to say this is positive in any way, shape, or form, being a combat soldier from the Middle East as well as Central and South America. But you have a big Muslim population that is upset with Harris and Biden because of supporting Israel. And they have vowed that they will not support Harris up in places like Minnesota and Wisconsin, for instance, which are two major areas that Republicans would like to sweep. So if that's true and they continue to push forward with that and refuse to vote for her, whether it's they just don't show up or they show up and they vote for Donald Trump, we will see shortly. But so that's kind of a general layout of how this is playing out right now, and why I feel optimistic about tonight, and that I believe that this is going to be a red wave this time. All right. If we showed up this time in massive numbers, we get the Republicans out there to actually vote, we win, because we know there are more registered Republicans than Democrats. But in the past, we've had the Democrat Party able to get their people out there, and Republicans not so much so. All right. So that's something it's a double-edged sword in many ways, but it's something that we've got to be watching for. We do know that in the early voting, we have more people registered to vote for the first time, especially young adults, as Republican than Democrat. And that in itself is a very positive thing for tonight's election and the turnout. So we are about 4 minutes away now from North Carolina and Ohio and West Virginia. And that is going to be very, very telling as we move forward here. Now, I want to take a moment and I want to share something with you that happened to me this past week when I went to Las Vegas, which I think you will all find kind of funny. So, as you know, I went to Las Vegas to be a guest speaker for a company over there that is investing in a lot of different technology, especially new technology when it comes to flooring, turf fields for athletes, but also new technology for windows in mom and pop stores, department stores, and schools that is bullet resistant, where you don't have to replace the entire window, which will cost you thousands and thousands of dollars to do an entire building, but it's a coating or a film that will go over that existing window, and it can't be penetrated with a .357, a 9mm, or a .223 round. Yes, if you had something bigger than that, of course it would. But typically, those that commit shootings to break windows, they're either using pistols or they're using a baseball bat. And I watched in this demonstration where they took a baseball bat and just beat the living hell out of this glass, and you couldn't break through it. All right. So that is something coming up in the very near future that I hope spreads across the nation because of what we have with the Antifa riots and the BLM riots that took place. And hell, who knows what's going to happen tonight? It could be a very, very scary outcome as we move forward. Hold on one second. My wife is saying something. What would you like to say? Would you like to pop in and just say hello real quick?
Hey, everybody.
She voted. She got her sticker.
Voted today.
It's got a little crawfish on it for Louisiana.
That's
so
right.
Very cool.
It is. It's very cool. He's doing a great job.
How are you doing? You're hosting good.
Everything's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Doing well.
I hear a lot of conversation going on in there, so that's good.
You're doing great. There's lots of people there.
Okay, so let's get back to this. Or first off, let me tell you, the company that brought me out there was Catalina Products International, and great company, great people out there that are responsible for this, and it was an honor and a pleasure to sit down and meet with these folks. So anyhow, let's back up. So I'm boarding the airplane. I flew from Louisiana to Dallas and then switched planes in Dallas over to Las Vegas. And when I get to Dallas, our flight was delayed coming in from wherever it was coming in from by a good 45 minutes. And so for those of you that travel a lot, you know exactly what I'm fixing to say. When, everything's time schedule, they got to push, get these aircraft away from the gate, get them in the air as fast as they can to try and be on time. That's the biggest thing with these airlines. And so they're already telling us in advance to be ready for this because the aircraft's delayed. And they're saying things like, over the loudspeaker, when you go to board the aircraft, if there's no place right away over your area that you're seating in to put your stowed baggage above, then just hold it in your seat and get out of the aisle so other people can get by. So we can start pushing away from the gate. And then from there all the way to the runway, you can put your shit up wherever it needs to go. Okay. So they're harping on that a lot. Finally, the plane comes in. Everybody gets off the plane. They go in there, restock it, clean it, do all that kind of stuff they do. And they start letting us on the airplane. Sitting in front of me, an older gentleman that appeared to be like in his either late 80s or possibly even 90s. Gentleman comes in and he sits on the window right in front of me. Okay. There's 3 seats actually. So he's over and to the right. And the next guy that comes in for that 3 seats probably looked like he was in his 70s, and he takes the aisle seat. And he starts to try and get a conversation going with the guy on the window. And it becomes obvious to me that the older gentleman at the window does not speak English at all. All right. He's oblivious to what the 70-year-old is saying to him. All right. But he's nodding his head and shaking and all that kind of stuff as if he understands it. The 70-year-old on the aisle seems to think that the guy's just hard of hearing. And he's raising his voice to the point that everyone within, I would say, going 4 or 5 rows forward and backwards can hear everything coming out of his mouth. And we're just about full now with the aircraft. They shut the door. They're about to start pushing us back when he changes his subject from talking about the weather to asking the guy what he thought about this election coming up. And the first thought entered my mind was, this is not the place to start talking politics on a tube sitting on a runway with all these people. But damn it, if that's not where he goes. And he starts saying to this older gentleman that doesn't understand a word he's saying in a very loud voice, what do you think of that Donald Trump guy? And the guy's just like doing this, because he doesn't know what he's saying. Then he goes, anybody that would vote for Donald Trump, I just can't believe that. Donald Trump is a racist. He's a bigot. Donald Trump is a Nazi. It's in all those people that support him, they're in the same wagon as he is. They're just a bunch of horrible, evil people. Well, the guy to my immediate left leans over and forward and taps him, gets his attention. He turns and looks at him. He says, do you realize, sir, that you just pissed off half of this airplane? And the guy says, what the shoe fits, wear it. And I thought, oh my God. And a bunch of guys forward to this dude, to the left, all turn around at one time. I hit the little call button for the stewardess. And here comes the stewardess running down the aisle, trying to get past a few people they're trying to get on. We're now officially being pushed back from the gate. And he goes, what's happening? And I said, and I swear, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I said, do you have any duct tape? And the steward says, duct tape? I said, yeah, do you have any duct tape? Duct tape. And he goes, what do you want with duct tape? I said, because if this guy calls another person on this airplane a racist, a bigot, or a Nazi, I'm going to take that tape and wrap it around his head and shut his mouth. He then turns around to me and says, I'd like to see you try. And then everybody around there started speaking up. You know, he's saying this, and it's, you know, it's all, everybody talking at one time, yelling at one time. So the steward says, that's it. I've heard enough. I'll be right back. And he heads to the front of the airplane. Next thing I know, we're no longer being towed backwards. Nope. We're being towed back to the gate. We hadn't got very far. We're being towed back to the gate. They open the cockpit. Pilot comes out. All the stewards get up there and they start talking. I know what they're fixing to do. They're calling law enforcement to get this guy removed off the airplane. Sure enough, the gantry comes back out. The door gets open. The other pilot comes out of the cockpit. And so for the next 15 to 20 minutes, we're sitting there waiting on the cops to come. This guy's not saying a word. My assumption would be that because they were so pushed to get us out of there and get moving, that they didn't want to wait on the cops. So they had an American Airlines supervisor, female, come on board the aircraft. She walks over to where the guy's sitting, verifies what seat it is, looks down at him and says, I understand you have a problem. And the guy goes, no, ma'am. Are you going to give us any problems on this flight? No, ma'am. Can you sit there and keep your mouth shut about politics? Yes, ma'am. Good. Don't say another word. And she turns around and walks off. They shut the gate. Pilots get back into the cockpit. We get pushed out and we take off. Now, the funnier part of this story is that the guy to my left and the two sitting next to him and the three sitting in front of this guy and directly across from them. So there's 9 guys. They're all together flying to Vegas to party. It's 5 a.m. They've been drinking since probably before midnight because they're going to Vegas. And they now are continuing to order drinks as we're flying. And they're talking out loud about what they're going to do to this guy when we land in Vegas. Everything from shaving his head to, I mean, it was horrible. Now, I don't know if it was just scare tactics or if they were really going to do something to hurt the guy. I don't know. But what I do know is anybody that's ever flown before, when the plane pulls up to the gate, when the wheels stop, everybody immediately stands up in the aisle to get their bags from overhead, you know, as if you're going to go somewhere fast, because you're not. It's going to take another 5 minutes before they ever open the door. Well, when the wheels stopped, this guy was already ready. He had his seatbelt undone and he bolted down that aisle at a full sprint to that door. By the time he got to that door, everybody closed in behind him like waves coming in from the beach to where nobody could get to him. And then the door opened and he got off and he was gone. Okay, but he didn't say a word during the whole time, but he was scared to death. And I'm sure that hopefully he learned a lesson, and that is that at least when you're in an enclosed environment like that where you can't get away and you know that the country is divided the way it is, it's best just to shut the hell up. All right. So anyhow, I just wanted to share that with y'all. It was a very interesting thing. That's one of many things that happened during my trip. It was very, very interesting, which I'll share about in the future on shows. So anyhow, let's take a look real quick and see what we have going on with closures at the moment. And it appears not only do we have Kentucky, West Virginia, but we also, Indiana has just went 11 electoral college votes to Donald Trump. So that is very good. Let's see here. We're now waiting on Ohio and North Carolina, which we should see very shortly. All right. So at the moment, the total is 23 for Trump Vance and 3 for Harris Waltz, and we need 270 to win. Currently in is 5,761,876 votes for Donald Trump and 4,752,260 votes for Harris Waltz. So that's looking good. Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky. Kentucky was probably going to be a given anyhow, but it's good to see that we're circling right now where that blue wall is, and hopefully are going to intervene into that seriously here shortly as we look at what do we have closing next. So we're still waiting on the results from North Carolina and Ohio, which could happen at any moment now. And then our next closing is going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And that's going to be big ones. We're going to be looking at Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, which is a big one, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Most of those, we already know what's going to be red and what's going to be blue. That's just common sense. But we really want to look at Pennsylvania, and we want to look at, although Florida should not be a toss-up state, it's very close going into tonight. Places like Oklahoma, although that should not be, that's what the news media has been telling us with these polls. I don't believe it for a second, but we'll see how that plays. District of Columbia, obviously it's going to go to Harris. Delaware is probably the same thing. Connecticut. Alabama is going to be Trump. We can pretty much figure that. So is Mississippi. So Tennessee is going to be interesting to see. That should go for the Republicans. But, stranger things have happened. Let me refresh this page real quick. Okay, and we're still at 23-3 and looking at what's coming in right now and what's being reported at the moment. So in Florida currently, Trump is 54.1% to Harris 45.1%, but that's only with 4.3% reporting at the moment. Let me see if I can bring up Virginia. Come on, Virginia. 10% reporting, 57.9 for Harris and 40.6 for Trump. Ohio. Okay. North Carolina. Okay, I can't even believe this. But North Carolina, 1.9%, and it's got Harris ahead at the moment. Connecticut doesn't close to 8. Alabama doesn't close to 8. So we have a very, very long way to go. Throughout the night, I'm going to have several built-in commercial breaks so I can get up and go mingle with some of those that are here for the election night party. I will leave my chair up on the screen here. And for the commercial breaks, one of the things that I've got planned is last night. I don't know if you got the opportunity to see Donald Trump doing his very last and final rallies, because last night that was it. Whether he wins or loses, he won't ever be running again. And so I've got those speeches broke down into 4 parts. The first one being the longest, so it's about a 25-minute commercial break is what you would get, where you would get to see his speech last night as he was addressing the wonderful folks up in Pennsylvania, and in hopes that it worked. All right. When you're talking about the coal mines, and you're talking about all the places that are the bad things that are going to be in play if Harris wins, then that's something that the voters of Pennsylvania need to be very, very aware of, and hopefully they are. So at this point, it's a matter of waiting for those numbers to come in. and we're at right now just very small percentages. So we'll see. It's going to be a while before we can get any of those called, straight up and be honest with you. So with that, we're going to take a quick little break. And I want you to watch this speech, part one of the speech from last night. And I will be right back with you as soon as this is over with.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is a great honor. We're on the 2-yard line, not the 5-yard line. 2 days ago, we were at the 5, now we're at the 2. But we have to turn out and vote tomorrow. We're going to vote. But we're right there, and then we're going to do something, a term you've never heard of, Make America Great Again. That's what we're going to do. So hello to Pennsylvania, a very special place. I went to school here, as you know. I spent a lot of time here, have a lot of friends here, and I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Great people. Great people. You built this country, I have to tell you. You built this country. You're going to save this country, too. You're going to save it. Because, you know, if we win Pennsylvania, not me, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole ball of wax. It's over. It's over. So I'd like to begin by asking you a very, very easy, simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation, I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. You're going to have the American dream back. What a shame what they've done to our country. They have destroyed our country, but we're going to get it back and fast. We're a nation in decline, but that will not be long, believe me. And after 4 years of economic suffering, we will create the greatest economic boom the world has ever seen. They're all coming back. All those companies that left us with the jobs, they're all coming back. Think of this, though. We're just 1 day away. Oh, we've been waiting for this. I've been waiting 4 years for this. And so have you. And so have you. We've all been waiting 4 years. 1 day, you gotta show up. I don't want any money. I don't want anything. Just show up and bring your vote. And if you have somebody else that got a little lazy, bring that person to, say, Jim, you gotta get off the damn couch. Come on. We gotta make America great again, Jim. We're just 1 day away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country. But you have to get out, we have to vote. Just show up and vote. I love that. Really, what we should do is swamp them. Just swamp them tomorrow. You know, we have a massive lead. I don't even like telling you that, to be honest with you. We have a massive lead. First time ever, a Republican was leading by a lot in early vote. It didn't happen. The Republicans would always be way behind. They believe in going on election day, so we're going to let you go on election day, right? But they waited till the end always. Democrats would always have hundreds of thousands of votes, and then you either catch them or you don't. You never know what's going to happen. But Republicans have never been in the lead, and not like this. It's a big number. So we have to just get at, you know, the ball is in our hand. We're at the 2-yard line, maybe the 1-yard line, but it's in our hand, and we put it over that. It'll be the biggest event maybe in the history of our country. And let me tell you, it will be also something much more important than that. It's going to save our country, because our country is in trouble. But that's all you need to know. And another thing you want to know is Kamala broke it, and I will fix it, and fast. America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure. That's what it was, 4 years of gross. Nothing good happened. What good happened? They cheated on their numbers. You saw last week they cheated on all their economic. We're in like a depression territory. I'll give you a little advance notice, 12,000 jobs. When did you hear that? That's like for Walmart. That's not for us. That's not for a country. It's 250, 300, 400, 100. 12,000. We lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs over the last month. Think of that. It's going to be that, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to make these unbelievable years, and we're starting from a negative. You know, we're starting from like about 15 yards off the field. We're not starting at the 20. We're starting from 15 yards off the field. And speaking of football, maybe we can get the NFL to drop that ridiculous kickoff set. God, what the hell are they? What is that? I watched the game the other day. I said, what the hell happened? They just kicked off and nobody moved. Oh, well, that's up to them. This will be the golden age of America. Tomorrow, it's a beautiful term, isn't it? I was saying before, I was just proofing and reading and studying and all that stuff. And what a beautiful term, the golden age. We're going to be in the golden age. Won't take long. So tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You're not going to take it anymore. You're the most incompetent vice president we've ever had. And Joe Biden was the worst president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. This is a hell of a nice place. Thank you. With your vote, we're going to win Pennsylvania, and we're going to defeat Kamala and those radical left, what they're doing to our country. Crazy Nancy Pelosi, what's about her? She has Visa stock, a big position. You know, she started off with nothing, now she's worth $200 billion. How did that happen? So she has Visa stock, and she sells her stock. The day before, it was announced that Visa's under major federal investigation. I don't know. I wonder, do you think she had any insider information? I don't know. It's disgrace. Honestly, she's a disgrace. They ought to throw her the hell out of Congress. We are going to make America great again, and it's going to be fast. We're going to do it fast. We'll fast track it. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She's violated her oath of office. She's eradicated our sovereign border and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions, from all around the world, from Venezuela and the Congo in Africa, stealing countless American lives. And these are rough customers that are coming, much rougher than almost anybody in this room. Other than the other night I had the Penn State national champion wrestling team. Think of this. They have a great coach. They've won exactly 11 out of the last 13 national championships, and I looked at these guys that came up, I brought them up, and we were at Penn State where we did a little bit of a rally. It was a little rally that we could have sold the place out about 15 times. But we brought them up, I heard they were here, and I brought them up, and they had more muscle than I ever saw in any human being. And I looked at them and I said, you know, fellas, you may be the only ones in this room, in this country, that could take the migrants. You may be the only ones. And I said, but they fight dirty. They use knives and guns, and they do, and they are vicious and they're tough. and we're going to get them the hell out. We have to. Our country's being destroyed. Our country is being destroyed here today. There's an incredible woman who I got to know actually over this tragedy, Patty Moran, whose heartbreaking story is a tragic warning of what will come to every city in America. It's coming to every city. It's already there. I mean, they don't want to even talk about it, but it's coming. It's only going to get worse. And by the way, 21 million people she allowed in, open borders. We have no idea who they are, and many of them are bad. If she ever won, I hate to even mention that concept, she's incompetent. If she ever won, she would have open borders the following day after the election, and you wouldn't have 21 million people, which is a record in history. You would have 221 million people coming over the next 4 years. And you could forget about your country, you would have no chance. Patty's wonderful daughter, Rachel Moran, was a 37-year-old mom of 5 precious, beautiful children. Rachel lived in Maryland, 1,500 miles from the border. Last year, while Rachel was out on a run, she wanted to always stay in good shape. Right near her home, she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into the United States by the ridiculous open borders policy of Kamala. The savage who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across Kamala's open border. Come in and please come in. We'd love to have you into the United States. Isn't that wonderful? He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles, beating the hell out of both of them before murdering Rachel. Patty is really special. I got to know her. Actually, we had lunch together. She's a very great woman. She's like, you know, there's nothing you can tell somebody when that happens. You can't say, oh, well, time. I don't know. Sometimes time's good. Sometimes it makes it worse. I've had them say it's worse now than it was 10 years ago. But Patty's a fantastic person. I'd love to call her up. She'll say a few words about her beautiful daughter. Please. Patty? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, if you knew Rachel, everybody in our town knew Rachel. They loved her. She was a tiny little spitfire. She was like 5 feet, 5'2". She loved her children. She was very dedicated to them. She was a small businesswoman. She worked very hard to support her children. She was physically active. She took very good care of herself. And after she passed away, we did a walk in our town. And we had over 2,000 people come out to the walk. And of the people that came out to the walk, they said to me, I didn't know her personally, but we bought coffee at the same place. She always said hi, and she always had a smile.
Not filming, this show's live.
I had on the walk people that had immigrated into this country, and one of them that really touched my heart was a tiny little Cuban lady. She had left her country and had come here for safety reasons. She had just had 2 knee replacements, and her daughter knew my daughter, but her daughter had to work that day. So this lady with the 2 little knee replacements walked the trail for her daughter, because her daughter was so impressed and so moved by
There's a
Rachel.
guy in there.
And this woman, at the end of the walk, wanted to take a picture with me and offered me $1
You
because I
notice,
actually had it in my pocket
you notice
to
when you get
help
in there, the guy you've never seen.
towards expenses for my
His name's
daughter.
Early. Like,
I told her to take the money and take her daughter out
go introduce
to
yourself
lunch and give her a hug.
and tell him
But
that you're
family is the
you
most
served Iraq
important thing that we have.
and thank you for your service.
There's a proverb, and the proverb says, when a righteous man reigns, the people rejoice. But when wickedness reigns, the people
Okay, I can hear every word y'all are saying.
And it's been 4 years of our country mourning because of the hardships that have been inflicted on us that are unnecessary, totally unnecessary. So thank you for allowing me this time. And this is our next president of the United States. He's an awesome man.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Patty. Great woman, really incredible. How do you do that? I don't know. She did something that's very hard to do. I couldn't do it, I don't think. Very hard to do what she just did so beautifully, too. And last night we had a woman from Puerto Rico, Carmen, lost her daughter, Mimi. It's the same kind of thing. A migrant came in from a country, just brutal. They just killed her. I mean, they don't care. Her daughter was also beautiful. And Rachel was beautiful. But a similar thing killed, and a woman got up, killed 5 days ago. And the woman got up and she just spoke. And both of them, the job is to do that. I don't know how you do it, but they are incredible. They're incredible people. We have incredible people in this country, I tell you. And we can't let savages come in from other countries and take them out. We can't let these animals come in for other countries. They come in and they take them out, and then they're protected by the radical left. It's a terrible thing that's happening, and it's levels. When I was in this debate with the three people, 2.5, I figured, the 2 anchors and a half a candidate. And David Muir, when I said about, no, crime's way up. No, it's not, it's down. I said, am I debating you? And the next day, somebody at Justice Department actually likes me. They released the numbers, it was up 45%. Crime was up, way up right now. And you have a new crime that you can add, it's called migrant crime. And it's as vicious as there's ever been. It's a level of viciousness. And I put up tapes, but you know, the problem is the fake news never puts the tapes on. A friend of mine calls me, and he says, I watch all your rallies, they're the greatest rallies, but you know, when you put those tapes up, the cameras, look at all those cameras over there, they don't have one camera that goes, and all it has to do is go an inch here, an inch here, and you have it. They don't put them on television because they don't want to see the horror show of those tapes. So I don't even bother with them anymore because it's ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous? And you know, it would be actually better for the networks, better. I mean, you're showing things of great interest, and they're horrible to watch. They're horrible to watch. But I don't put them up anymore pretty much because they won't put them on. They won't move the camera an inch and an inch. Isn't that terrible? You know why? Because it's fake news. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. It's not going to be occupied long. If you had the tapes, you'd see where they take over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. I hope Colorado votes. You know, Colorado, the governor, is a weak, ineffective guy. He's a radical left lunatic, and he's petrified of the people. It's a gang from Venezuela, very nasty, along with MS-13. They're probably the two worst gangs, and vicious. He doesn't know what to do. All talk, you know, they're all talk. And yet when I was the leading candidate and we're going through the country, like easily, routinely, he decided that he's going to try and take me off the ballot. That doesn't sound very democratic, does it? You know, they always say, he's a threat, me. I'm a threat to democracy. I'm the one that's saving democracy, just so you know. And this weak, ineffective governor got his attorney general to push it, and they tried to take me off the ballot and went through a whole court system and the Supreme Court of the United States. And it was very important that they did this. They voted 9-0, including the 3 justices that sometimes would maybe not vote for something like this. I have respect for them. They voted 9-0. You can't do that. You just can't do that. You have to take them out with the ballots. So that was good. And the people of Colorado at the time, see, time flies and now people forget about it, but at the time they did polls and they were done, Trump was going to win Colorado, not traditionally a swing state, but they were furious, and the Democrats were actually more angry than the Republicans. It's pretty amazing. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. And on day 1, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. We're going to get them out. We have to. Dwight Eisenhower has the record. He was a very moderate kind of a guy. He's a good general. He's a good president, too, better than a lot of people think. He built the interstate system, did a good job, but he hated the concept of people pouring into our country. And he has the record, but we're going to unfortunately beat the record. It's not something I want to do. But this is not sustainable by any country. They're taking over your towns, your schools, your hospitals. Springfield, Ohio, 52,000 people in the town. They dropped 30,000 migrants into the town. And now they can't use their hospitals, they can't use their school systems. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? I'm up here making a speech, talking about towns and cities and big cities. Look, I see New York, I see what happened. And the mayor made some nasty statements about it. You know, the Mayor Adams, he made statements about this is not sustainable. We can't, I mean, you have to help us with this. Hundreds of thousands of people are piling into New York. You have to help us. And I said to my people, he'll be indicted shortly. They indicted him. One of the indictments is he was upgraded in an airliner. Everyone gets upgraded. Anybody who's gotten upgraded, please raise your hand. You will be indicted. No, think of this. I've been upgraded. I used to fly that way. They used to upgrade me all the time. That would mean I have a potential additional investigation because I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. Think about it. He killed people at will. If he went out to dinner with this handsome gentleman right here and he didn't like him, he said, "You're looking at me the wrong way. I don't like you." He had no chance of making it out of the dining room. And I got investigated, think of it, I got investigated more, and I did nothing wrong. And I have to say the Republican Party really stuck up for me. They said, this is ridiculous.
Okay, thank you and welcome back. So we've got a lot of stuff to talk about that is happening right now with projections. Florida right now is Trump 55.64 to Harris's 43.50. That's 30 electoral votes. It's already assumed that we're going to get it. But again, we'll see. We still got time to go. Georgia, at the moment with, let's see how much is reporting. 35% reporting in Georgia at the moment is 56.42 for Trump and 43.06 for Harris. So that's good. All right. Tennessee, landslide, it looks like. Although it's only 1% in, Trump's at 81.37% to Harris's 17.89. That's 11 votes that we need. South Carolina, 13% reporting. That's 9 electoral college votes. Trump is at 58.23 to Harris's 40.57. Indiana, 11. Trump is at 62.57 to Harris's 35.91. That's with 29.84 reporting. That'll probably be called once they hit the 40% mark on that one because it's such a drastic difference right now. Ohio is looking close. Right now, the polls closed at 7:30 Eastern time. It's 31.9 reporting in right now. Trump's at 45.98 to Harris's 53.21. So that's 17 votes, and we really need them in the Republican column. We got time to go here. They're projecting, the polls have it, this is what I find so hard to believe when it comes to these pollsters and the way that they're looking at this is the polls closed at 8 Eastern time. So they just closed in Missouri, okay, because it's 7 Central, and 0% reporting in, and they're showing it in the red column for Trump. 0 and 0 percentage. I'm glad they're happy to know that there's that many people that's going to vote for Trump there. Illinois, same kind of thing. They're showing it 0-0, but they're giving it in the blue column with the 19 votes for Harris, but there's 0% reporting in at the moment. And again, those polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so they just closed 9 minutes ago. So we're still looking at that. Ohio, we're looking at 31% reporting at the moment. That's 17 votes. We really need that. And at the moment, with 31% reporting, it's got Trump at 46.01 and Harris at 53.9 or 19. I'm sorry. Pennsylvania. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Only 5.16 reporting, but it's Trump 21.63 to Harris's 76.49. That is a big, big jump. We're talking about Harris at 276,877 to Trump's 81,912. Long way to go still. That can change drastically. Typically, your major cities don't start coming in until later part of the night. I haven't broke this down to look at counties, but I'm assuming by looking at those numbers that we're talking about the cities first, because if the counties are doing 76.49 for Harris, and there's a problem, major problem. Going back to Virginia, we're still looking at, that's way too close to call it, 27% reporting. Trump's got 620,000 to Harris's 693,000, and we could see that change drastically. Mississippi, they're already calling it red because 99.999, that's what's going to happen with Mississippi. Alabama, it's only 9, but and we've only got 0.1% reporting, and we've already got Trump up 76.29 to Harris's 22.68. That can change in many different directions throughout the night, but for Alabama to go blue would be an absolute shocker. Okay, Oklahoma, we're only 7 electoral college votes, but at the moment, we've got 16% reporting I'm sorry, we got 4.4% reporting. Polls just closed 11 minutes ago, and Trump is up 73.5 to Harris's 23.35. Oklahoma is pretty much going to be a given for the Republicans, but that's not the blue wall. That's not what we really need to look at. I'm really hoping that with the polls that just closed in Illinois, 0% reporting right now. We've only been closed for 12 minutes. That's 19 votes, and I really hope to see something changing drastically in our favor right there soon. Well, Wisconsin, we're looking at another hour to go, and Michigan's only 2.1% reporting, and so far Harris is way ahead, 72.82 to Trump's 25.82. Looking back at Pennsylvania again, I don't like what I'm seeing. It's too early. We're only talking about 5.6% reporting, but we're talking about Harris has 276,877 votes to Trump's 81,912. He hasn't even broke 100,000 yet. But by the time we start getting into 30, 40%, who knows where that changes to. So currently, we're standing at 105 electoral college votes for Trump and 72 for Harris. When you break that down into the numbers, that's 11,744,475 for Trump and 9,898,264 for Harris. So still way, way, way too early to call any of this stuff. South Carolina, of course, we're only talking about 9 votes, but we need that in the Republican Party. And 21% reporting, we're at Trump 56 to Harris's 42. So that is a major, major change right there that's looking good for us. Vermont, not looking good. Harris has that. It's only 3. It looks like Harris is going to pull out New Hampshire. That's 4. Massachusetts, the poll's already closed. We have no results back. That's 11. Rhode Island, only 1% reporting. And surprisingly, it's 51 to 44 Harris. Connecticut, only 0.21% reporting at the moment, and 67% to 31 for Trump. Delaware, too early. Maryland's 10 votes, too early. And D.C. polls are closed, and there's nothing being reported yet from D.C. Let's refresh this page again. So we've got polls closing. That was at 8:30 for Arkansas. 0% reporting. Louisiana, we're not going to close till 9 Eastern. So we've got another 45 minutes in Louisiana. Chances of that not being read are going to be slim to none. Let's look up here at New York and see what we have. Polls closed at 9. So we've still got 45 more minutes to see what's going to happen there. Going back and looking at Pennsylvania again, I don't get this. I really don't. For the people who live in Pennsylvania, for the life of me, I hope that what we're seeing is only your major metropolitan cities reporting right now. Maybe they closed out early this time around, and and that's typical that you're going to get the major cities are going to start reporting their tallies before the rural areas are. So we might see a major, major shift in that coming up real soon. And let's go back down here and look at Florida one more time. Let me refresh this. I need to refresh it, completely refresh it. Go back over again. Okay. Going back down to Florida, it's looking really, really good for Trump. We're at 40. Okay. For Florida, we're at 88% reporting. Trump 55.83 to Harris's 43.30. So we can pretty much chalk it up that Donald Trump's going to get those 30 electoral college votes. So that's good. Looking at the 9 in Alabama, although we just closed 17 minutes ago, and we're looking at just a very small percentage being reported, it's massive, 76.29 to 22.68 for Harris. Going back up to South Carolina, 27% reporting right now. Once we get up into the 45 and 50, especially when we get into 55 and 60, that's where I think you should start calling states, although some of these networks look at it differently. But currently with those 9 electoral college votes, it's 57.99 to Harris's 40.92. So that is a big change. Going back and looking at Georgia again. Okay. Georgia's 16 college votes right now, 42.43 reporting. Trump is at 55.69 to Harris's 43.75. I like that as we're moving closer to the 50% mark. I think that's very, very good. We're already over the 50% mark now, 50.33 for Kentucky. And we're looking at Trump at 61.59 to Harris's 36.88. Her pulling out Kentucky at this point would be astronomically impossible, to be honest with you. West Virginia, only 15% reporting, but Trump's at 64.29 to Harris's 33.97. So that is a major, major change. Okay, Ohio, it's starting to look a little closer now. Now we're looking at a lot of these rural areas coming in. Trump's at 48.11% to Harris's 51.10. So that's looking better than it was. We're at 35, almost 36% reporting, so we're at 35.93. New York still has nothing reporting, but we still have a little over 40 minutes to go. In Pennsylvania, although is only at 7.21 reporting, unless none of the rural areas have come in, it doesn't look good for the blue wall part of Pennsylvania because Trump's at 26% to Harris's 73.13. So I don't like those numbers at all. Michigan is now reporting 3.67% in. Trump's at 35.80 to Harris's 62.37. Don't like that. We still don't have anything on Wisconsin because we won't be closing there till another, looks like 40 minutes. Alabama's in the bag. Mississippi is looking pretty good. Oklahoma, those 7 electoral college votes, 12% reporting. Trump's at 63% to Harris's 35%. So that is a very, very good lead there that we need. We still don't have anything on Arkansas, Louisiana. Georgia, see how things start changing real quick? 46% in. Trump's at 55% to Harris's 44%. We're talking 1,380,000 votes to 1,114 votes. Tell me that every vote doesn't count. All right. I don't know where we're at in Atlanta because I didn't break this down to look at the individual counties. But I like what I'm seeing at the moment, and let's hope it holds there. But I'm not happy with what I'm seeing in North Carolina. I sure as hell am not happy with what I'm seeing in Pennsylvania. And in Ohio, where Trump's gaining 48 to 50 with 36% reporting. So that's a very good sign as far as I'm concerned. Currently, we're looking at 105 electoral college votes for Trump to 72 for Harris. Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are going to be the key here. All right. Georgia's in our favor at the moment. North Carolina is not. Virginia's not. Pennsylvania's not. Ohio now, another big change just took place, 38%. And we're looking at 49.35 for Trump and 49.95 for Harris. That's in Ohio. So, big difference. Trump has gained a little bit there. So that's good. Okay. While we're waiting on the next polls to close, I'm going to look at some of these counties and see if I can get you a better picture of that. And we're going to take a quick, short commercial break. And I'll be right back with you in just a moment.
Open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
You know this is the Biden-Harris administration. Are you aware that this is the Biden-Harris administration? And she is indeed the vice president.
Not only does she inherit these numbers and contribute to them, she was the tie-breaking vote on $3 trillion of spending bills. So she is almost personally responsible for the massive inflation that you just showed on that chart.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, to be the border czar.
The criminal cartels are running the entry into America, and the numbers are at a 21-year high.
Challenges that we're seeing at our southwest border. No one knows this better than the Vice President.
Kamala Harris, mostly silent after bragging about her role in helping shape Joe Biden's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal.
Just made a really big decision. Afghanistan. Yes. Were you the last person in the room? Yes. And you feel comfortable? I do.
The body of American Hersh Goldberg, Poland, and 5 others were, quote, brutally murdered.
These hostages were discovered in the tunnels under Rafah. That's where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris put pressure on Israel not to enter for a month.
And we're looking at about 1.5 million people in Rafah. I have studied the maps. There's nowhere for those folks to go.
That's the weakness that leads to the death of hostages.
Are you aware that this is the Biden-Harris administration, and she is indeed the vice president?
The Senate being equally divided, the vice president votes in the affirmative, and the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted.
She cast the deciding vote to pass the American Rescue Plan, which pushed inflation, supporting all the spending that President Biden signed into law, and people are still struggling to pay bills.
Even some former Obama economists had said the American Rescue Plan has contributed to the inflation that we're seeing today.
It's definitely too big for the moment. I don't know any economist that was recommending something the size that what was done.
The tremendous wall of money just sets off a dynamic. And then the thing about inflation is you start chasing your tail.
Did it create inflation? Did $2 trillion of deficit spending create inflation?
It did boost demand, and that is one of several factors that are involved in inflation.
And there are 15,000 people in Beaufort County who are food insecure, and the line of people in need seems to be growing.
Higher gas prices and rent also helped push inflation up.
Economic indicators point to extreme pain.
The vice president votes in the affirmative, and the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted.
All of this is part of our blueprint together for what America can be. This is Bidenomics.
Vice President Harris.
Vice President Harris.
Vice President Harris, my name is Steve Nakui. I'm the father of Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakui.
My name is Jim McCollum. I am the Gold Star father of United States Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum.
This is Mark Schmitz, Gold Star father of Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz.
My name is Darren Hoover, and I'm the Gold Star father of United States Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G., was killed in the Afghanistan exit at Abbey Gate.
Our kids were murdered because of your administration.
You were not at Dover for the dignified transfer. At no time have you reached out to me to offer your condolences, to offer thank you for Kareem's sacrifice and service.
You have 13 families who have been waiting over 3 years to so much as get a phone call, to so much as hear our kids' names said aloud.
You failed for 3 years and 8 months to acknowledge our kids.
Where were you and Joe Biden on August 26, 2024? Nowhere near Arlington Cemetery. You couldn't be bothered to be with us or even say our kids' names, just as you have done for the last 3 years.
Vice President Harris, I ask you, why won't you return a call and explain to us how you call my daughter-in-law's death a success? President Trump has called. President Trump shows up. President Trump takes the time to hear our loved ones' stories.
We invited him to be there.
These are the only memories we get to make with our son, and it is you who is playing politics and trying to detract from our memories made that day.
President Trump has been there for us. He's been a rock for us. He showed compassion for us, and he showed he truly cares for the families that truly do know what the ultimate sacrifice really is.
Four years ago, we took a wrong turn and lost our purpose. We lost the strength that makes Americans who we are. If we dared to speak the truth, it was called hate speech, and our values were labeled shameful. That's when everything we cared about fell apart. We surrendered our borders, our paychecks, and our courage. Our patriotism was called toxic. Men could beat up women and win medals, but there was no prize for the guy who got up every day to do his job. Now we're being asked to settle for the way things are. And we're wondering if America can make a comeback. We can, because we've done it before. When we get knocked down, we don't stay down, we get up again. We fight, we fight, we fight.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message. This is America's border czar, and she's failed us. Under Harris, over 10 million illegally here. 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl. Brutal migrant crimes. And ISIS now here.
Do you have any plans to visit the border? You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. I don't understand the point that you're making.
Kamala Harris failed, weak, dangerously liberal. Be sure.
Now her laugh is Korean.
And I pledge to you
In the final weeks leading up to the U.S. presidential election, Republican nominee Donald Trump has spent millions on this ad campaign.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
The online and TV advertisements in battleground states attack Trump's Democratic rival Kamala Harris, saying she supports taxpayer-funded transgender healthcare for prison inmates and men in women's sports. The two are hot-button talking points in a broader campaign against transgender rights. But how significant is the issue?
Transgender insanity, the hell out of our schools.
Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance frequently bring the topic up at rallies and in interviews.
But me personally, keep men out of women's sports.
At one such Vance rally in Portage, Michigan, Trump supporter Richard Merrill said it is Democrats who keep the issue on the political agenda, quote, because they've got no policy.
Transgender, I think, is a scam anyways.
Personally, I do identify as non-binary, so I use they, them pronouns, so I find it a little comical. I think it's a little funny.
In Grand Rapids, barista Clay Eiley says the Republican ads just reinforce his support for Harris.
It's intentionally trying to alienate the transgender community.
However, political analysts say transgender rights are rarely mentioned when voters are asked about their top election issues.
I think it's not something that most voters think about.
Paul Beck is a professor emeritus of political science at The Ohio State University.
But they feel that here is a cultural issue that they can take advantage of and put the Democrats or the Democratic candidates in a difficult position.
In a recent interview on Fox News, Harris defended her position, saying she would follow the law, which ensures health care for prison inmates, including gender-affirming care.
Okay, let's start looking at some new numbers. Florida, we're looking at 90% reporting. We're going to call it for Donald Trump. That's 30 electoral college votes, 56 to 43% Donald Trump. Alabama, although it's only 0.13% reporting, those 9 votes, it's looking positive for Donald Trump, 68.91, so almost 69% to 30.47. Mississippi, again, we're only looking at 6 electoral college votes, but 3.52 reporting, 55.25 to 41.76. We've got Arkansas, 6. I don't know how they do this again because reporting right now is 0, although they're saying that the red is for Trump, it's 6, so we'll wait. Oklahoma, 20.71% reporting, and we're already looking at Trump at 63.75 to 34.98 for Harris. So that's good. That's 7 right there. Missouri, only 1% or 1.7% is reporting at the moment. That's 10 electoral college votes that Republicans must get. And right now, it is very close. It's Trump at 53.59 to Harris 45.71. Now let's start looking at things that I don't like. Pennsylvania, still early, 8.26 reporting, but it is a huge difference. Trump's at 28% to Harris's 71%. We're talking about 411,000 to 162,000. So that's 19 electoral college votes. It sure would have been nice to be in the red column. Still got plenty of time to go. We'll see what happens. Ohio, Trump is ahead at the moment. 41.2% reporting. Okay, this is a big one, folks. That's 17 electoral college votes that Trump has to have. 50.46 to Harris's 48.84. We're talking about very close. Trump said 1,244,726 to Harris's 1,204,623 with 41.2. Although that looks good, we've got a ways to go. When you go and look north, it'd be nice to have Michigan, 5.39% reporting right now, and Trump's at 40.78 to Harris's 57.30. I don't like to see those numbers. Wisconsin, we have nothing on at the moment. New York, we still have nothing on, but they'll be closing here in another 30 minutes. Now, let's go look at Georgia. Republicans have to take Georgia at 16 electoral college votes. Here's the good news. 52% reporting right now. So we're over that threshold of where you need to be in the positive column. And Trump's at 51.15% to Harris's 44.27. So we're looking at 1,556,474 for Trump to 1,251,439 for Harris. So that's looking good. We're still waiting on many counties and definitely still waiting on Atlanta to close that out. Now, moving over to Texas, that's 40 electoral college votes. That's just been a given all these years. The Republicans are going to take that. Republicans can't get to 270 without Texas, all right? Texas falls, the Republic falls, folks. And right now, we're almost at 50% reporting. We're at 49.99, and Trump's only up 51.64 to Harris's 47.10. All right. So while that looks good, I'm not going to be happy with those numbers until we start looking at closer to, I'm not even going to say 50 or 55. I'm going to say more like 65 or 70%. Then I'll feel good about what's happening in Texas. Oklahoma, chalk it up. Although it's 21% reporting, those 7 electoral college votes are definitely going to go to Donald Trump, because we're at this point, we're at 63.95, so almost 64% to Harris's 34.76. That is good. Missouri, those are 10 votes that we needed in the Republican Party. There's only 1.7% reporting in at the moment, and we're at 53.59 for Trump and 45.71% for Harris. That's way closer than I'd like to see it. Let me just be honest with you. Way closer than I'd like to see it. It would have been really great. Well, let's say it would be really great if we see a big turnaround in Illinois. But right now, those 19 electoral college votes are looking more positive for Harris than they are Trump. Only 7.64% reporting, but we're at 42.79 to 56.17 for Harris. We still got a ways to go, but it would sure be nice this early in the game to see something way different than those numbers. Let's go back and look at Pennsylvania again. Again, I don't get this, Pennsylvania. I really, really don't get this. Only 10.8% reporting, but 28% Trump to 70% for Harris. One of those things that don't quite add up. It is good to see, once again in Ohio, that that Trump is slightly ahead with 50.94 to Harris's 48.35. North Carolina, thank God we're looking at Trump slowly pulling ahead. Only 20% reporting, but Trump's at 52.61 to Harris's 46.46. Way too close. So we're talking about 639,000, almost 640,000. So 639,926 to Harris's 565,118. Way too close. But we got to have North Carolina, especially if we don't get Pennsylvania. We are looking a lot better in Ohio at the moment. I like those numbers, at least better than we did earlier. So that's good. Looking back down here, let me refresh that page real quick. Florida, put it in the bag for Trump. We're 91.83 reported in. Trump's at 56.11 to Harris's 43%. So that's pretty much a done deal. go back and look at Georgia again. And although it's way closer than I'd like to see it, we're over the 50% threshold now. We're at 52.48, and Trump is at 55.19 to 45.23 for Harris. That, my friends, we're starting to see the Atlanta, Georgia black vote coming in the cities. Macon, Savannah, Atlanta. That's looking good. This is what we talked about in the beginning of the show with African Americans saying we've had enough of what the Democrat Party's done to us. So I like that, but we're way, way too early to even consider it. We're now up over the 50. We're at 50.95 for Texas, and still very close. We're only about 300,000 vote difference right now between Trump and Harris. Who would have ever thought if 51% reporting, it'd be that damn close? I mean, but you know what this is? This is a mixture of West Coast liberals that left California because of the cost of living, and then they took their vote with them, though, to Texas. I guarantee you that's what we're seeing there. And I don't like that at all, not one single bit. But, nothing you can do about it. Looking back up at Illinois again, man, it would be so good to see this change drastically for those 19 votes for the Republicans. 8.95% reporting, and we're looking at 43 to 55 right now in Harris's favor. Hopefully, we're going to see that tighten up as we go on through the night. And let's see, Alabama. So this is not many people are getting out and voting in Alabama right now. All right, let's look at this. 0.28% reporting right now for those 9 electoral college votes, and Trump is up 69.42 to Harris's 29.87. That seems like a bunch, but you know what the actual count is? 4,595 votes for Trump and 1,977 for Harris. That tells me there's a shit ton of people not going out and voting on either side of the aisle at this hour. But again, we still have a lot left to come and a lot left to count. Looking back at Arkansas, it's 6 electoral college votes, very close, 13% reporting, and it's 49 to 48 Trump. So not by much. But the 10 electoral college votes that I was worried about last week, I talked to you all about in Missouri, only 2.27% reporting, and Trump's at 56.79 to 42.35. So we're talking about 42,000 votes to 31.5 for Harris. Big, big difference when you look at it that way. The current total at the moment, Donald Trump has 111 to Harris's 72 as we move towards that 270 mark. And again, way, way too close to call. If Harris pulls off Ohio and Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it could be a disaster. But thankfully right now, we do have Trump ahead in North Carolina. That's just changed. Only 23.16% reporting, but Trump's at 52.95 to Harris's 46.09. So I feel better there. I feel better in Ohio. We've got to take Ohio. We're up there at 51.52 to 47.76 in Trump's favor, 43% reporting. In the next 30 minutes, we're going to be over that 50% that I've been talking about all night. Again, in Pennsylvania, I can't understand what's happening there. And if I try too hard, I'll probably have blood start shooting out of body parts that I'm not interested in. But Georgia's looking good. North Carolina's looking good. Virginia is very tight. Ohio's looking good, but it's very, very tight. But at the moment, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and are looking towards, and Illinois are looking at Harris. And those are things that she must have. And it looks like she may end up having it with those. So we will see as we move forward. That being said, I'm going to take another quick commercial break. I'm going to grab a bite to eat because I see everybody in the other room over there eating gumbo, and I'm not eating anything, and that has to change. So I'm going to tune you back in to Trump's last stump last night in Pennsylvania with part 2. So here we go, folks.
Of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. You kill our citizens or you kill our law enforcement officers, you know, we have to protect them. They're in a dangerous situation. And we're very few. It's very hard to get them now. It's because we don't protect them. We don't stick up for them. We don't fight. I mean, we end up taking away their pensions. We end up taking away their house. They end up losing their families. We're going to fight for our law enforcement officers. Being a policeman used to be one of the most sought after jobs in the country. Today, it's, I visited a wonderful young family in Long Island. The door opens to a car and bullets start firing out. He's not allowed to do anything. He can't, you know, just horrible. It's very dangerous. And we're going to have it so they're going to want to be cops again. We want to be policemen. My father always said, don't ever use the word cops. It's not respectful. It's a little different than it is nowadays. Can you imagine? Because my father had respect with our family. He had always great respect for policemen. I'll never forget, I said to my father, Dad, the cops around here do a good job. Don't ever use the word cops, they're policemen. At that time it was mostly policemen, now it's policemen and policewomen. It's good. But that's a different, there's a whole different thing. We're going to bring it back to exactly like my father felt about me, and total respect for them. And you couldn't even get on the force. The standards were so high. Everybody wanted to be a policeman, or then, as it kicked in, a policewoman. And they're doing a great job. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. We will secure our borders, and we will also rescue our economy, because our economy is in a mess. And I've seen it for a long time. I'm very good at that stuff. I'm very good at that stuff. I've been talking about it for a long time. Scott Bessent, one of the smartest people on Wall Street, has been talking about it. In fact, he said the only reason the stock market's up is because everyone thinks Trump is going to become president. That's right. Maybe the top guy on Wall Street. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. You know that. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. It's the cost. People tell me all the time, I actually talk to a lot of people. It's hard to believe. I'm in a group. I say, come here, what do you like the best? Well, my groceries. They're always talking about groceries. And the cost of cars, the cost of everything. The cost of anything. It's all inflation that they created. They created it so stupidly with screwing around with my energy policies. I had oil at $1. I thought it was 87. I was corrected by the government. It was $1.84 a gallon. Think of this. And today you're at $4 and $5 and actually going up. It's going to go up a lot. By the way, The day after the election, if something bad happens, you'll see oil at 10, 12, 15, because these crazy people are trying to force electric cars down your throat. And we like electric cars, but they're not for everybody. And by the way, Elon Musk is incredible what he's done. You know where he is right now? He's in Pennsylvania, fighting for the election. He's campaigning, Elon. That 22-story rocket ship last week, did you see that? It's coming down. I say, oh no, it's gonna crash. Look at the gantry, it's coming too sharp. Stop it, stop it. I didn't know it was him. I figured it was him because he's so far advanced. Who else could do this kind of stuff? Anyway, this thing's coming down, it's wrong angle, and then all of a sudden, you know, it really looked like it had the whole deal was going to collapse, the gantry, this thing, big holes in it. So it's coming down, then all of a sudden, wow, you know, massive flames of fire and jets and everything comes pouring in from the left and pushes it over, and then it drops gently down, and then those two big arms come out like you're hugging your baby. Just grab that thing and put it gently down. Put it gently down in the pad. And it was a beautiful thing to see. See, now in the old days I would have said, hugging something else, and I would have thought it was so smart to say. And then the fake news would be writing stories about it for 2 weeks. So we don't give them those opportunities quite as much, but it was more fun, but we don't give them those opportunities. Just days ago, we had, but you know, Elon, really, we have to be thankful. He gave for the horrible hurricane that did such a big number in numerous states, but North Carolina got hit badly. I mean, they were really hit. And I was there. I was very early there, actually. And they came back, and I met with a very good person, one of the head people in North Carolina. He said, sir, you know Elon Musk, don't you? Yeah. He gave me the nicest endorsement. He said, if you don't win, if Trump doesn't win, this whole country is going to be no good. It's going to be no good. And it won't, because their policies, these radical left policies, will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what's going to happen to us. And I said that years ago, if that ever happened. And we can't let these, we got to get these people the hell out of office because they're bad. First of all, they're incompetent. But he said, sir, could you do us a favor? He makes something called Starlink. Is it what's Starlink? Tell me what Starlink. It's a communication system because all our wires are buried under. You had to see this. Areas that never saw water are now lakes. I mean, nobody's ever seen a hurricane. This was a real water, sort of a water-destructive hurricane. There's never been anything like it in terms of the amount of water put in. Literally areas that were almost like they never saw much rainfall or anything. They're now these giant lakes, and the destruction and the death. A lot of people died, and you know people don't know that, but a lot of people died. There are people still missing. He said, we have no communication. We're cut off from the mainland, and we need Starlink, and we can't get anyone on the phone because, you know, it's a very popular thing, so he explained what it is. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, you have to do me a favor. North Carolina and parts of Georgia are really in bad shape, and you have to get no communication. You have to get your Starlink, whatever the hell it is. You know, I don't know. I don't care, but you got to get some. And if you don't mind, and so I'm talking to him, and you might have heard this, I told him a couple times, I'm talking to him, I got a note that the man from North Carolina was, thank you very much, sir. The Starlink is all being taken care of. It just happened. I said, so I said, Elon, did you approve that? Yeah. How the hell did you approve it? You're talking to me on the phone. He said, well, maybe to do two things at one time. And they got so much Starlink, and I said, how is it? He said, a week later, I said to him, how is it? He said, it's unbelievable. He saved a lot of lives. So Elon is a great guy, so we want to thank him. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. This is the one. I always said, I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. And I've been talking to you about this going to happen. And I think we can now say it's in the process of happening. So normally you see all these jobs, everything, hundreds of thousands of jobs, just because of the size. And they just announced, Mike, you'd be amazed at this. Look at him, Mike. Look at him. He lost all that weight. He looks so handsome. Stand up. Mike Pompeo. Stand up, Mike. He looks so handsome. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to ask him, how the hell did he do that? That's good. Good. That's great. But I just said, I mean, 12,000, and this is an unbelievably, like an unthinkable number. I've never heard of a number that low. I've never heard of it. It's been many, it's been decades. And I heard that, and then I heard 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out just since the beginning of the year. 100, and those manufacturing jobs are gold for us. I mean, you know, those are the people that make the product. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October, and nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Did you ever hear numbers like that? That's like a depression. And I've been saying the D word. I don't like to say it, but I've been saying the D word, the depression. Then they did something even worse than that. A few months ago, they fraudulently claimed that they had 818,000 jobs created, that they created 818,000. That was good, but that just brought us up to normalcy, so it wasn't a big story. You know, because now all of a sudden, instead of being down 818, they were like normal. And when in fact, none were created, it was a fraud. And the papers refused to write about it as a fraud because they're fake. And it was a total lie. They thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They didn't want to have this information come out before the election. See, and I look up to this guy, thank you very much. Because this would, in normal times, right? This would, in normal times, be a disqualifier. Do you know she's using my term now? Do you believe it? She uses everything I do. She uses it. Even Saturday Night Live, they copied. They copied. Think of that Saturday. Oh, she was great. They copied my routine. I did it a long time ago. They copied the same routine. I think I did it better, actually. I think anybody could have done it. I think anybody could have done it better, Dan, right? But fortunately, there was a whistleblower on the 818, and I thought it was an amazing thing, so it got released. And now, to add to it further, they've just revised other past reports, jobs reports, down by 112,000 other fake jobs were reported. For almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were created. And it all got released right now in front of the election. One day, I mean, it was 3 days that we heard about it. But we're talking about it now. And normally this would be a disqualifier. This would be, you wouldn't be able to even run for office. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. They haven't gone to American citizens. Do you know that? These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading. If she's elected, you have a depression. Not, I don't mean like a recession. I mean a depression with a capital D. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to do great things. You are. We're going to make America wealthy again, and we're going to make America affordable. We have to get the prices down. I told a story this morning. A woman goes up to a counter in a supermarket with 3 apples. It's reported somewhere, and she's like, this can't happen in this country. And brings them up, 3 apples. An elderly woman brings them up to the counter, and she realized that they're too expensive, and they've gone up so much from the last couple of months. And she takes one of the apples back to the refrigeration section and walks back, and she buys 2 apples instead of 3. This shouldn't be happening in the United States. So we're just one day away from the best jobs and biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise taxes on the typical American family by at least $3,000 a year. And this is the only politician I've ever seen. You know, she's a very low IQ person. I don't want to have a smart president. I don't want any more. We had 4 years of these guys. President Xi, Mike, of China is not a low IQ person, do you know me? He's a very severe person. He's a very fierce person, but low IQ is not one of his traits, do we agree? No, but these guys, these leaders at the top of their game, and we don't have that. We have people that 30 years ago, Biden wasn't any good. He had the worst policy ever. If you would have taken Biden's policy reviews over a 40-year period and reversed them, you would have gone down as the single greatest policy expert, foreign policy expert. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. Kamala will crush Pennsylvania energy workers. And she's going to ban fracking. By the way, don't let this happen. Her whole life she's against anything coming out of the ground. She likes the wind. The wind. It kills all your birds. That doesn't work. That's the most expensive energy in the entire world. And then after 10 years, when it rusts out, they don't look too good. So she wants to ban frack, and she's going to ban, that's 500,000 Pennsylvania jobs. There's no way that you can vote for that. That's your biggest industry. You got a lot of stuff under there. It's going to come out and it's clean and nice and good. And you're doing great things for the country because the country uses it. I will end Kamala's war on energy, and we will frack, and drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices, all of your energy, gasoline, the house, air conditioning, heating, everything. In 1 year from January 20th, which would be the day we take over. Oh, it's so close, but still dangerous. These people, how would you like to be Putin and you want to call the United States and you have no idea who to call? Oh, it's true. Let's see, let's call up the United States. I'd like to work something out. Who do we call? Sir, really, there's nobody you can speak to. I just thought of that the last couple of days. They want to make a deal, Mike, and they have nobody to speak to. You know, maybe they'll speak to the guy right alongside you. You got a great Senate. By the way, you have a great Senate candidate, and I hope you're gonna go for it, baby. I hope you're gonna go. He's working hard. You know, it's hard beating those guys that are there for 25 years and do nothing. See, when you do nothing, you're a survivor. You can never get yourself into problems. He does nothing for you. He doesn't fight for your fracking. He wouldn't care. He wouldn't even say to her, no, we can't do that. That's going to have a terrible impact on Pennsylvania and the country. He would never say that. He's a survivor. His father was in for 25 years. He's in for whatever the hell he's in for, 25 something. And they're tough to beat, I have to tell you, because he's just a survivor. That's the only thing he's good at. You need more than a survivor. You need this guy. This man is good. David McCormick. He's working hard. He's working hard. Get him up here. Come on, David. We gotta go. David McCormick. And I tell you, I've known him for a long time. He was a winner in school. He was a great soldier. He was, everything was good. Everything was good. You have a chance to get somebody outstanding. And what you have now is not outstanding.
All right, Keystone State. It's gonna happen right here. It all comes down to here. We have a choice. We have a choice between strength, that guy who said fight, and weakness. We have a choice between common sense policies and a radical liberal agenda. You have a choice between a senator who's going to fight with this guy for change or the status quo. We've got to win this election. It's the most important one of your lifetime. President Trump's putting it all out there. I'm putting it all out there. We need you to do everything you can do to take our country back. We need you to get out and vote. We need you to tell 10 friends. We need you to put up signs. We need you to pray. And if you do that, on November 6th, we'll say, on this day, November 5th, we saved our country. We got it back on track. We put the right leadership in place. And we made Pennsylvania great again. Thank you.
Let me get another drink.
Okay. It's sitting in the chair. Okay. Hey, bring me a napkin.
This is one of the 72. You expect Trump to do well. 72, Henderson 58, Hayden 62. So we can see
All right. Sorry about that. I just ate a bunch of gumbo that my wife made, and oh boy, was it good. All right, so we're fixing to have a guest come on here in a minute. Let's go ahead and look real quick at what's happening in the Electoral College. Pennsylvania still has Trump way behind, 37.95 to 61.19. Ohio, we've got to have it, and we're looking ahead. We finally hit that 50% reporting, and Trump's at 53.45 to Harris's 45.78. So that is very, very good to know. Indiana, we're way over the 50%. We're at 58.06, and we're looking at Trump now, at 59.44 to Harris's 38.80. That's excellent information right there. Kentucky, runaway. Put it in Trump's column. Those 8 Electoral College votes, 77.81 reporting. We're at Trump at 63 and Harris is at 35. South Carolina, we're over the threshold mark. We're at 56.49. Trump's at 59.10 to 39.67. That's good. North Carolina, we still got a ways to go. Reporting is at 39.82, with Trump at 51.89 to Harris's 47.10. But that's looking good. Tennessee, put it in 11 college votes to Texas or to Trump, because we're at 67.25 to 31.64. Again, we know we got the 30 out of Florida. Louisiana now is already reporting in. Only 2.4% reported, and it's at 74.52 for Trump and 24.65 for Harris. That's good. Mississippi, looking the same way. 6 votes, 56.32 with Trump and 41.77 for Harris, with 9.18% reporting. Alabama, looking good. Those 9 Electoral College votes, 4.64% reporting, but we're looking at 68.13 for Trump and 31.07 for Harris. Texas, looks like Trump is going to pull this off really good. 57, almost 66% reporting, and Trump's up 58.82% to Harris's 44.98. We knew it was going to turn red. We needed it to turn red. Oklahoma's doing the same thing. We're almost at the 50% reporting. 66.83 to Harris's 31. Arkansas, 21% reporting. Trump's up 58% to Harris's 40. Very good. When we start looking up at Missouri, we're reporting at 13.39, but Harris is ahead, 53.47 to Trump's 45.48. We got a ways to go there, so don't really concern yourself with that much. The 6 votes in Iowa, there's only 0.11% reporting right now, but Trump's up 64.41 to Harris's 34.64. That could go all over the map. Now, this is looking good in Minnesota. We're up. Trump's up 67.07 to Harris's 30.97. But that's the polls just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and we don't even have 1% reporting yet. So when you get into Minneapolis, for instance, that's where we've got to look at hopefully capturing the African-American vote. And hopefully we're going to have enough people go, we're sick of what the Democrat Party's done to us. I thought for sure we'd be seeing that early in Ohio. In Illinois, where Chicago is. We're at 33.35 reporting, and Trump's at 40.71. The Harris is 58.11. Long ways to go, and we're still not looking at Chicago yet with that. Indiana, pretty much in the bag for Trump with those 11 votes. 58% reporting. We're way over that threshold of 50. 59.52 to 38.73. Now, let's go down here and look at West Virginia. Nothing reporting yet. That's only 3. South Dakota is only 3, although Trump's up 70.53 to 27.35. North Dakota, same way, 75.81 to 22.53. Texas, let's go back down here again. Looking really good for Trump. We're at 57.44 reporting, 53.91 to 44.90. So that's something we needed to see. Now, here's a good one. In New Mexico, that's 5 electoral college votes, only 1.56 reporting, with Trump's at 72.69 to 26.06. So long ways to go for those 5, but it's looking good. We don't have anything for Arizona right now. We don't have anything for Nevada right now. We don't have anything for Utah. California, may as well put it in the bag for Harris, as well as Oregon, as well as Washington State. Montana, probably be the same way for all we know. Now, let's go down and look at Georgia. This is something that we've got to have. We've got to have those 16 electoral college votes. 68% reporting right now, and Trump's at 52.55% to Harris's 46.84. The total numbers there, 1,930,577 for Trump and 1,727,761 for Harris. That's looking good at the moment. 68% reporting, but at 68% reporting, we like that. South Carolina, we're over the threshold. We're at 58% reporting. Trump's at almost 60%. Harris is 39%. Now, North Carolina, we've been trailing throughout the night. We're 41.75% reporting, and Trump now is taking a lead. Those 16 electoral college votes, 51.96, almost 52%. The Harris is 47.03. Still close, folks. So we're talking about 1,289,500 for Trump to 1,167,275 roughly for Harris. But a 41.75% reporting, I like that. West Virginia, I'm sorry, Virginia. We've already got West Virginia in the bag. Virginia, that's 13 electoral college votes. We're over the 50% threshold. We're at 51.25, and Trump is barely ahead at 49.61 to Harris's 48.68. So that's looking better. It's looking like Trump's going to be called for Ohio and win it. 53.898 reporting. Trump's at 54.24 to Harris's 44.98. So that tells me that your inner cities, your main metropolitan cities, like for instance, Dayton, has come in strong for Donald Trump, and that is a very, very good thing. South Carolina, we've got it. We've got the 9 votes there. 61% reporting. We're looking at 59.15 Trump to 39.62 for Harris, and I'm happy with those numbers. New Mexico, same thing. We're getting there. Long way to go with New Mexico. It's 5 college votes. Be nice to have a Republican counter. We're talking about 7.73 reporting, 56.66 Trump to 44.65 for Harris. So still a long ways to go, but looking good. Oklahoma, pretty much call it in the bag for Trump. 55.1% reporting, 67.02 for Trump, and 31.23 for Harris. I like those numbers. Same thing in Kansas. Trump's pulling ahead, 46 to 50. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Trump is not pulling ahead in Kansas. Right now, it's Harris 51.65. That just updated. Now it's 51.66. Trump's 46.89 with 38% reporting. We've got some numbers up here in Nebraska now with 5% reporting. We're looking at 54.95 for Harris and 44.01 for Trump. We got a ways to go. We're at 29 right now at the moment for there. So it's looking good. If we've got Ohio in the bank, if we get Georgia in the bank, which is very good, and we get North Carolina in the bank. So we're ahead now in Georgia. We're ahead in North Carolina. We're just barely ahead in Virginia. We've already called Ohio. So, okay, Wisconsin. We're up. Trump's got 60.70 to Harris's 38%. That's good, but we still have a ways to go there. Minnesota, same thing. Trump's up 67.07. If Trump gets Minnesota and Wisconsin after getting Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, it'll be over with. He'll get to the 270. Right now, he's at 195 to her 113. So, look, if you're in the Trump campaign right now, you're still sweating bullets. But if you're in the Harris campaign looking at this at the moment, you're not very happy. All right? Let's just face it for what it is. So let's reset this real quick. And, Louisiana's pulling this in real good for Trump. 74% to 25. Mississippi, 58.90 to 39. Alabama, 67 to 31 for Trump. Tennessee's in the bag. Those 11 electoral college votes are going to go to Donald Trump because it's 60.85% reporting and it's 67 to 31% for Trump. Very good. Missouri, be nice to have those 10. They're projecting we're going to get those 10. But at the moment, Trump is trailing 43.58 to Harris's 55.34, but that's only 17.7% reporting at the moment. I'm just going to keep refreshing this because that's something that is very important to make sure we're getting this accurate. Although they're calling Ohio, I'm going to tell you folks, 56.76 reporting. And let me tell you how close this is. Trump is at 1,833,614. The Harris is 1,531,146. That's very close, although it's a 10% difference, 45 to 54. Maybe that's why they're calling it right now for Trump. Same thing with Indiana. Those 11, we need it. So we're seeing that blue wall crumbling, and that is very, very good. Although I wish we were seeing it in Pennsylvania. We are seeing it in Wisconsin, but we got a long ways to go, and we're not seeing it in Michigan at the moment. Going back down to Georgia, we're almost at 70% reported in. We're at 69.98, and we're looking at Trump at 52.8 to Harris's 46.59. That's very, very good. So looks like Georgia's going to go in our favor. It looks like North Carolina is going to be close. We're at the threshold of 50, but it's 50.61% to 48.35. To me, that's too close right now. If we were at 65 or 70% reporting, I would be more satisfied with those numbers than I am right now. Virginia, same thing. We're only at 52% reporting, but it's very close. We're talking about 1,240,966 for Trump and 1,217,87 for Harris. That's why I keep saying every vote counts, because it does, especially when you get into this kind of situation. Let's see, what else can we look at? Vermont, hang it up. It's going to Harris. That's only 3 electoral college votes. New Hampshire, going to be the same thing. Harris, that's 4. Massachusetts, Harris, that's 11. Rhode Island, Harris is up. Same thing with Connecticut. Same thing with New Jersey. Same thing with Delaware. Same thing with Maryland. Same thing with, D.C. isn't even reporting, but that's 3, and it doesn't really matter if we get D.C. or don't get D.C. at this point in the game. But we still don't know what's going to happen in Arizona. We still don't know what's going to happen in Nevada, Utah, and New Mexico. Now we've got some numbers coming in New Mexico. It's 5 electoral college votes. And right now, only 11% reporting. And Trump is at 47.09%, with Harris's 51.12 or 51.12. Now, let me refresh this real quick. And currently, right now, Trump is winning the popular vote at the moment. 29,511,573. The Harris's 26,525,126. So Trump is up now to 195 electoral college votes to Harris's 113, which brings me right back down to we've got to get Georgia. We've got to get North Carolina. We're ahead slightly in both. We got to get Virginia. We're barely ahead in Virginia. Looks like I don't understand how well Iowa's got a long ways to go, so I'm not really too concerned about that. Minnesota, if we get Minnesota, that will be very, very good, and we're very, very close to that at the moment. So all that being said, I'm going to bring in a friend of mine, a guy I've known for a little over a year now. Mike, welcome. Have a seat, brother.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, brother.
You too, man. You too. Good to see you. So we're going to talk a little bit. This is one of my friends at the party tonight, and he's got a wonderful family. One of his sons is a F-18 pilot flying off of the Roosevelt.
Yes, that's Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt. Yes, sir.
Theodore Roosevelt. He just came back from one of those deployments over on the other side of the pond, and we're happy to have him back and safe.
6 months in the South China Sea, 3 months in the Middle East. Glad to
Very
have,
cool.
Glad to have him home.
Yeah, yes, indeed. How long is he going to be on? Do we know?
Hopefully, this is his third and final deployment of his naval aviation career.
All right.
That's the way it looks right now. Time will tell, but that's currently the plan.
Is he looking at flying commercial?
He's looking at everything.
Okay.
He decided when he was 8 years old. I took him to the air show at Naval Air Station, Joint Reserve Base, Bell Chase.
Down in New Orleans.
I had taken him there 3 years in a row, and at 8 years old, he tapped me on the arm and he said, pointing to an F-18 Navy fighter jet, and said, "That's what I want to do when I grow up."
That's cool.
And I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Oh, pal, that's great. That'd be wonderful." Thinking he'll change his mind 10 times before he gets out of high school.
Right.
He never had a plan B. He locked in on that at 8 years old. And he has been talking to pilots, military pilots, civilian pilots, since he was in early flight school. Commercial aviation is on the list, but it's not at the top of his list. He will fly something for someone for the rest of his life. He loves,
Right.
He absolutely loves flying.
That's cool. And my son was the same way. You know, although he proved to me he didn't have to go the military route to become an airline pilot, which I said couldn't be done.
Couldn't be done, but
he did it.
He found a way. That's right.
So we're going to ask a series of questions. I picked out 6 questions that I'd like my guests to answer and get their opinion on this. And the first one is, Mike, what do you think is the number one and number 2 things that are on voters' minds this election?
I think number one, far and away, is the border.
The border.
The issue of the border and illegal immigration. I think it from my personal perspective, as well as people that I've talked to over the last several years, the fact that millions of undocumented immigrants have flooded our country,
right,
with no idea who they are, where they came from, or more importantly, where they are, and why they're here, and what are their intentions, is the number one issue that I've encountered personally that's on people's minds. I think a very close second is the economy.
Yes.
And that's a multifaceted issue. Inflation is important. I think that's, from what I understand from talking to other people, that's driven by energy.
Yes.
I think energy is a close 2.A, if you will, in terms of an issue on the minds of the American people. We were energy independent 4 years ago.
Yes.
We were not relying on anybody on the planet to meet our energy needs. And that situation changed almost immediately after Trump left office and Biden took over.
Right.
And that is a national security issue.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Absolutely, it is.
It's almost like he jeopardized it on purpose.
It would appear that way.
Yeah.
The why is a little harder to understand.
Yeah.
But the what and the effect of it is pretty crystal clear. So I think the border, the economy, closely followed by and affected by energy, are the main issues that are on people's minds.
I agree.
And of great concern for valid reason.
Gotcha. So next thing I want to ask you, if let's say Kamala was to pull this off, what do you think will happen to our country as we know it today? And we know that things are already looking bad, but do you see it going really, really south? Or do you think that maybe she would lean more moderate for to where her legacy isn't completely destroyed?
Moderation is not the key word, in my opinion. Okay. I see a continuation of what Barack Obama stated on October 30th, 2008, when he said in front of the cameras on an open microphone, we are 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Come and join us in this. And I think that was the beginning of this process. And she is a willing participant or a shill, whatever you want to call it, in the unfolding of that process.
So she would just continue the current policies under the Biden administration.
I think so. That's what I would expect.
I agree. What do you believe are Donald Trump's strengths, and what do you think are his faults?
I think his greatest strength is he is not a politician.
I couldn't agree more. You're right.
Absolutely. Yeah. He is not a politician. He's a businessman. He understands finance, economics. He understands how the economy works. He understands international trade and international relationships. And he's not driven or motivated or restricted by politics.
Right.
I think that is his greatest strength. What's his fault? Okay. He can be bombastic sometimes in his speech and in his rhetoric. I'd like to have seen him already dial it down, but apparently that's who he is, and that's not going to happen.
Right.
Okay. But in the long run, I think his strengths more than overcome his faults, or those particular faults or those particular weaknesses.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's put it this way. We're on the internet, right?
Yeah.
Can I speak freely?
Sure you can.
Okay, a lot of people think Donald Trump's an asshole.
Right.
All right. Frankly, considering the adversaries that hate this country, Putin, Xi of China, what's his name from North Korea? Okay.
We need an asshole.
I think we need an asshole to stand up to those people. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the kind of personality that we need.
I agree.
So that is positively one of his strengths, because he's not afraid to stand up to him. And let the record show, this has been pointed out on conservative news outlets, but not so much on general news outlets. Putin moved on Crimea during Obama's administration.
Yes.
He moved on Ukraine during Biden's administration. Nobody moved on anybody's territory during Trump's administration.
For the first time in many years.
In decades. In many years.
Trump kept the world at peace.
Trump, I'll grant you, Trump's an asshole. Okay. But I think that's exactly what we need to stand up to these despotic leaders of other countries. And
we need an alpha male.
We need an alpha male.
We need somebody that's got a set of balls.
That's exactly right.
And will say whatever's on his mind. And I believe that it was almost like a scare tactic where these other world leaders were afraid of what this guy's going to do.
Well, Putin said it recently. You know, the liberal media tried to spin it. Okay, but he said, I'd much prefer Kamala as the president of the United States because I can read her. I know what she's going to do. I know she's going to respond. He said, I can't read Donald Trump. I don't know what he's going to do. And that gives him pause. That gives him reason and cause to step back and say, wait a minute, maybe we don't want to push this guy. Maybe we don't want to push this issue. And that's exactly what we need.
Gotcha.
That's we, meaning the world, not just the United States, but that's what the world needs.
Yeah, I could not agree more. Okay, now I know this is going to be difficult. In fact, now that I'm looking at it after 4 beers in, I don't even believe that I even came up with this question.
Okay.
What do you believe are Harris's strengths and faults? We got to come up with something that she's good at.
Something that she's good at.
Besides asking Willie Brown.
What are her strengths? Well, I don't know. From their standpoint, maybe her strength is that she's willing to be utilized and used and manipulated by them to meet their objectives and their needs. For the American people, honestly, I don't
think of any.
I don't see a strength.
Right. Yeah.
I do not see a strength.
I was just hoping somebody would shock me and go,
well,
here's a strength she has.
She has.
There isn't any.
There is no strength.
Yeah. and then her faults.
What are her faults? She's an empty pantsuit.
Yeah.
She's manipulative. She's manipulable. Excuse me, not manipulative. Right. She's manipulable. She will say anything to accommodate the goals and the objectives of the moment, without any thought about what's been said before or what's coming down the pike next.
Yeah.
And
she finds humor in everything, no matter if it's Gold Star families or Angel families. She finds a way to laugh.
Finds a way to laugh.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
But anyway, next question.
As an American, do you see the country moving towards communism and socialism if she is elected president of the United States?
I've seen a movement in that direction for decades, even prior to her arriving on the public stage and public scene. A lot of people will say, "Oh, we've got a lot of socialistic programs in the United States now."
Right.
And I say, "Thank you for making my point." Because, in my opinion, the federal government has long ago become too involved in things that the federal government never had any business getting involved in.
Yes.
And the proof of that is, bottom line, $35 trillion of debt.
Right.
That is a debt that honestly will never be repaid. Honestly, this country is bankrupt today. They just haven't filed the papers in court.
Yeah, you're right.
So do I see it moving towards communism and socialism? I've seen that movement in that direction for a number of years. I think she is the perfect shill that they have put in this position to carry out and execute the proverbial whoever's hiding behind the curtain, to bring about their objectives and their plans to bring this about. Now, to what avail? That's the mystery to me. What do they think? What do they expect as the outcome of this? Do they think they're going to be the thin upper crust elite presiding over what? Hell on earth? There is no bailout for the United States of America.
Yeah.
Okay, Greece fell. The United States came to their aid. The world came to their aid. There is no bailout for the United States of America. If this country collapses, not only do we go down in flames, we take most of the world economy down with us. Yeah. So who or what do they think they're going to be? Like I said, the thin upper crust elite presiding over what? In my opinion, hell on earth.
Yeah.
I'll take it another step further. I've been a biblical student, not a scholar, but a student since 1983. And my understanding is that noted biblical scholars do not see the United States in the end time prophecy, the prophecy of end times. So the question for over 40 years has been, what on earth who could possibly take us out? And what the picture I see developing in front of my eyes is, it's not them. We're taking ourselves out.
Right. We're destroying ourselves
from within.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree. Are you better off or worse today than you were 4 years ago?
Oh, baby. That is the easy question. Multifaceted. May I elaborate?
Please.
In a nutshell, to answer that question, we as a family and a household are worse off than we were 4 years ago. And I hear people talking about, oh man, my 401k is through the roof, my stock market's blowing and going. And my answer to that is, beware. Stock market is an illusion. It's based on perception. I worked in Fortune 500 companies for 34 of my 41-year career as a CPA. And you know what they were concerned about? Both of those companies, for 34 of those 41 years, next quarter's press release.
Wow.
Next quarter's, 3 months, next quarter's press release. So I asked the question, I raised my hand. A lot of people sit in these meetings, Bud Light and all that stuff. Right. Nobody raised their hand and say, wait a minute, this is not a good idea. I raised my hand in these meetings and said, are we not going to be around 5 years from now, a year from now? Why are we so consumed with next quarter's press release? Okay. The stock market is an illusion. It's based on perception.
Yeah.
Not reality, perception. Somebody farts in the Middle East, and the stock market goes crazy.
You're right.
A stray missile in the Middle East, and oh my God, it goes completely berserk. So if you're banking your future and your 401k and you're pounding your chest because your 401k is doing so great, my advice to you is be forewarned and be very careful. And you might want to pull out before a potential collapse occurs.
Now, coming from that background, let me ask you this on the same subject. Do you see a drastic shift or change in the stock market depending on which person wins tonight?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And what do you think will happen?
I think if Trump wins, the stock market is going to rally. I think the rally for a Trump victory is already built in.
Okay.
So if he doesn't win and Kamala wins, you're looking at a major collapse in the stock market.
That'd be very, very scary.
That would be incredibly scary.
Because right now, my money in the stock market is not looking very good. I looked at it today and went,
oh, God, what was I thinking?
Yeah. Brother, thank you very much. You survived.
I survived.
All right. I appreciate you.
Privilege and a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
This is my good buddy, my great friend.
All righty. Go get your beer.
God bless America.
God bless America. And next up, nope, we can't bring my wife up yet. So
we can.
We can? All
Wife's
right.
here, but hi. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm still very hopeful.
I'm glad we're both wearing red.
We are.
I started off in blue, but
Look at this red nation.
I know. Let's do a quick update on that and see where we're at here.
This is so nice.
Georgia's looking very good. North Carolina's looking positive. Virginia's looking positive.
58%.
Pennsylvania,
13%.
I'm not happy with it at all.
Well, we're the beginning.
Georgia's looking good.
77% in Georgia.
This right here, that's
Minnesota.
we need that. We need those 10.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with that so
Yeah,
far.
this is good.
Yeah. So she made gumbo tonight, and the gumbo was outstanding. It was chicken gumbo.
And we have ice cream and cake right now.
And we have ice cream and cake, she said. I don't know about the ice cream and cake because I'm on a diet. But if she made it, I'm going to have to eat it.
To the girl that's in there.
So what's up?
So we have a very special person that wants to come on and talk about her views and what she thinks. And,
Okay.
And we're not going to do any identifying any information.
Okay.
But she's 16.
Okay.
And she is got a good head on her shoulders.
Very cool.
Okay. And
so we're going to have a 16-year-old female guest come on the
guest.
show here in a minute.
Uh-huh.
All right. And she is aware that I'm going to ask some important questions.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to grab her.
Go grab her and bring her home. This will be interesting because we need to know what the young folks are thinking today. Florida, we've got it, folks. South Carolina is looking good as well, and we're still slowly looking good in Georgia, so I'm very, very happy with that. I sure wish we were looking a lot better in Illinois than we are, and I sure wish we were looking a lot better up in Pennsylvania than we are, but it is looking good. Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, which are a must at this point in the game. So that's very, very positive. Welcome, young lady. How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So it is very important, I believe, that we get the youth input into what's happening with this country. So I'm very happy that you sit down here and talk to me about it. So the first question that I'm going to ask you is, what do you think? And I guess this will be more so on at your age at 16, right? So we're talking about your friends. What do you think is the number one and number two things on the voters' minds for this election? What's number one, the most important issue for the youth about what's happening with this election?
I mean, I definitely think number one, something that all ages can identify with is the economy right now. That's a very big one. And I definitely feel that the economy has changed a lot over the past 8 years, the past 4 years.
Yes.
And that's something that's going to be affecting everyone of all ages.
You're right.
And even though I'm young, I still have a job. And so that's something that's been affecting me
And
greatly.
you see where your taxes are going, and you're aware of where they're going in the country.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And what do you think would be number two?
I think number two, I don't know about like the youth vote, but I think just in general, I think abortion is another really big issue. I've been seeing that talked about a lot on the news.
Yes, a lot.
And I definitely think people have very strong opinions on that.
Yes.
I have my own opinions on that, even though I'm not a voter yet. But I definitely think that's something I've been seeing a lot.
And do you have a lot of friends that talk about that issue?
My friends talk about it sometimes. It's not something that typically comes up in conversations at lunchtime, but there is, school activities and clubs sometimes where that sort of thing comes up, where politics and just different political issues and just things going on in our country do come up, and that is definitely something that is brought up.
Very interesting. If Kamala Harris was to win tonight, what do you think will happen to the country, or do you believe that it'll be something drastic one way or the other if she wins as compared to if Donald Trump was to win, from what you already know or what you've heard at your age about our country? Do you think it's going to be more of a negative impact, or maybe a neutral impact, or maybe even a positive impact?
If Kamala wins, I definitely think that the impact will tend to be more negative. We do already have Kamala as vice president currently.
Right.
So from our current state, I don't think there will be a huge change, but I am very concerned about Kamala's economic policies.
Yes.
Because I have looked at some of her policies, and particularly the corporate price gouging. I find that very concerning because a lot of companies have to maintain a certain price margin in the products that they sell. And what she's saying basically is just make your products cheaper, which I find really concerning because the reason that products are getting more expensive is because labor is more expensive now from inflation, and gas is more expensive. So it costs more money for them to ship like things around, which is obviously necessary for a large corporation. And she's basically telling them just make things cheaper. And that's not something you can do if you're trying to maintain a certain margin, which I'm sure some corporations are a bit greedy with that margin. But even so, like, there's only a certain amount that they can shrink the margin to in order to be a profitable business. And if she puts limits on like price margins, or ask large corporations like Walmart and other large corporations to shrink their price margins, that could have like devastating effects on our economy. And I find that really, really concerning.
That is very interesting to hear a 16-year-old be this intelligent on something that's so very important.
Thank you.
Which I'm going to throw you a curveball that's not on here, but on that subject, I just want to know what your opinion is on this. Obviously, anyone working at any age would like to make the most amount of money as you possibly can. Okay.
Yes.
Do you see basic jobs such as, let's say, at McDonald's or working at Walmart, do you see that as something that someone can make a career out of, or more of a stepping stone towards your bigger goal being a career in something after you graduate from high school and college? In other words, I see a lot of today's youth wanting to be happy at a lower paying job and not moving into a better career, but yet wanting that lower paying job to pay them higher wages. In other words, taking this stepping stone job and turning it into a permanent career and adding higher wages.
So basically what you're asking is like, do you think like jobs like working at McDonald's or Wendy's or Walmart, like are those more stepping stones, or could people make a career out of those?
Yes. Like for instance, when I was coming up as when I was your age, I would work at, whether it's working as a laborer on a construction company which doesn't have a trade yet, not an electrician or a carpenter, or working at McDonald's in the drive-through, saw that as a way to make money to get me through my high school years, pay for my gas in my car, my insurance my dad made me pay for, and then graduate high school, go to college, look for a career where I'm going to be making $80,000, $100,000 a year compared to $15,000 at Sonic, let's say. Okay, so do you see these lower paying jobs as something that someone should consider doing as a career and wanting higher wages? Because what I see is when you go to higher wages, then the product that they're selling increases. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword.
Yeah. I can see both sides of that perspective. I can see how like minimum wage has not increased as the same rate as inflation has.
Correct.
Which is going to be very devastating for people who like do work at jobs like Sonic and Walmart, and even people who are trying to use that as a stepping stone. It's not going to be as good of a stepping stone just because of today's inflation rate versus the minimum wage rate. But I definitely think that increasing the wages of like companies like that would have a negative effect in some ways as well, because like obviously that, like if Sonic increases how much they pay their employees, then the burgers at Sonic are going to become more expensive. So I definitely think it's important. I think maybe like a very slight increase could be beneficial, but there's a very fine line there, because I definitely think those jobs do need to stay stepping stones. They're not ideally what you would want for a career. I mean, I have heard that truck drivers for Walmart actually do make a lot of money, so maybe you could get a career out of that. But in general, like working for Walmart or working at Rouse's or Sonic or McDonald's or Wendy's, like you typically would, like a lot of like high schoolers work there or college students work there, like to pay for education to get a better job, or to pay, like to save up money to start a small business or something of that nature. Like they're to a stepping stone for like what they want. And I think those type jobs should stay in that stepping stone role. Because you don't want like a Sonic employee to be making more than someone with like a professional career like that, because then, you know, like products are going to be very expensive.
Exactly. When you're paying $50 to go out to eat at Sonic,
it's
not looking too good. Yeah. So from what you know at 16 about these two candidates, can you pick out any strengths or faults for Trump or Harris?
So I think some strengths for Trump would be he's very, well, sometimes this is a strength, sometimes this is a fault. He's very passionate, and I think his passion is good sometimes, but when he sometimes he stays too passionate, and sometimes it turns into pride. And sometimes he needs to close his mouth, and he doesn't close his mouth.
You're spot on. Yes.
He can get a lot of voters like with his passion, and like people can tell that he really does have a love for the country and cares for the country. But sometimes he just like
so his strength and his faults are pretty much combined.
Yeah, they're kind of all in one. That's who he is. He's he's an entertainer. He's like a very passionate, very forward, out there person, and sometimes he doesn't know when to just draw back. Sometimes you just need to do that.
I have that problem too sometimes.
Yeah, I mean it's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
So from Kamala Harris, what are her strengths?
I think her strengths are she knows her audience very well. I think the type of people.
I agree.
And she's very good at catering to what they want to see.
Or what they want to hear?
Or what they want to hear.
Okay.
And I think some people on the right have noticed like she kind of changes her personality a little bit, which is weird. But
and her
I think
accent.
Yes, we've all heard the many accents. There's been a lot, which I find quite intriguing. I mean, I'm impressed though that she can do that. But I think in some ways it's smart because the people that are voting for her, like she's able to give them exactly what they want, and that'll make them want to vote for her more. And I think that's part of how she's been able to amass a following, because she's very intelligent in deciphering like her audience and like what they're going to want, and she gives them exactly that.
So let me ask you this. Your average friends out there, or average high schoolers, junior high schoolers, do you think before she was selected to run that they knew who she was? Other than she's the vice president.
Before she became vice president, I'd never heard of her. But I'm also young, so I don't know. I mean, my friends definitely know about her now, and whenever she was vice president, they knew about her. But I feel like Trump, I think he's a lot more famous than her, just because he's been in a lot of things. He's been in movies and shows. He's like, I think it's possible that Trump might be globally famous. I don't think Kamala would be globally famous.
That's a good,
and I think I don't know. I do think Trump, just because of his type of personality, might have reached a wider audience. Like just because he's more outgoing type of person. Gotcha. But I mean, everyone knows who both of these candidates are now. Like we're all very invested.
Now they, I'm pretty sure now they do.
Yeah, they should. If they don't, that's a problem.
I know that this question might be kind of difficult for you because you don't know much about communism or socialism. But how much do you know about communism and socialism? Let me ask you that.
Well,
is that something that you can talk about, you think?
I read a lot of World War II books.
Okay, very cool.
But and they talk about this. Fortunately, they talked about this in my history class a little while ago, so that's good.
That's good to know.
But I'm not good at differentiating the two. I know there are differences. Mm-hmm. I know that there are different levels to some of the things, but I know that the general belief is sort of, for socialism at least, I know like in places like North Korea, the government mainly owns everything.
Right.
And so you basically work for the government.
Yes.
Kind of everyone works for the government. The land you own, it belongs to the government. And it's kind of like all your money goes in this pot and then it gets redistributed to everyone else. So no matter how hard you work, you're earning the same amount of money. And so it kind of discourages people to work because they're like, I'm working very hard and I'm only making the same amount of money as someone who's really not working at all.
Right.
So then everyone stops working and then things shut down. And so that's what I've learned about socialism. I know communism is a bit different, but I'm not super good at differentiating the two. But they're kind of sort of about that.
Okay. Let me say this. When I was 16 years old, if I had the mindset that you just shared, I would probably be running a Fortune 500 company right now and be worth a lot of money. So you have a very promising future if you keep going at the route you are. Knowledge and education is the key to everything. And my wife, for instance, talk to her about her education. She can't ever get enough. She's got more college degrees than probably everybody in this house. And it's amazing that she continues to do that even today. And the more knowledge you have and the more education you have, the more opportunities open and the more chances of getting what you want out of this lifetime.
Yeah.
And you're on your road to that. So that's very, very impressive. Thank you very much for coming on here and sharing your thoughts with us. And folks, 16, and she's got this way more than I did at 16. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Okay, let's refresh this map real quick and see what we got going, folks. The map is looking very, very red, except we're looking at still having to pull out some stuff. Georgia, 52.21 to Harris's for Trump to Harris's 47.14, but we're at almost 80% reporting right now. We're at 79.84, and it's looking like the Republicans are gonna get those 16 electoral college votes, and that is very, very good. North Carolina, we've got to pull North Carolina off at 16 electoral college votes, and we're very close. We're at 67 point, almost 66% reporting, and we're talking about. Well, look, let's just look at the actual numbers. Trump's at 1,967,107 to Harris's 1,779,274. So 51.95 to 46.99. Right now, it's looking like North Carolina is going to go to Donald Trump. It's looking like Georgia is going to go. Now Georgia's at 79.84% reporting. It's looking very, very good for Trump for both of those. Let's go up to Virginia. It's close, 61.13% reporting. We're only talking about, let's see, about 50,000 vote difference for those 13 electoral college votes. That's why every vote counts. Can't say that enough. Currently, Donald Trump is sitting at 1,452,309 to Harris's 1,401,064. That's why it continues to be very, very important that people vote. Now, we are moving towards a better position with Pennsylvania. We're still under that threshold that I've been saying we need to get over that 55%. We're at 49 or 43.95% reporting. And right now, Harris is only ahead by about 10,000 points. And Trump's at 49.38% reporting to Harris's 49.70. So Pennsylvania, those 19 electoral college votes are not out of the picture at all for either one of these parties, which is, we're pushing it. Looks like Illinois, the 19 is going to go to Harris. I'm looking at 60, almost 61% reporting, and Harris is up 55% to Trump's 43%. We still have a little bit to go there. Same thing with Michigan. Although we're still young in Michigan, we're only at 16% reporting for those 15 electoral college votes, but Harris is up 47.46 to Trump's 47.78. So that's still way too early to call. Wisconsin, 37.3% reporting. Why this is taking so long, I don't know what they're doing up there in Wisconsin, but Trump is barely ahead. We're talking 621,584 to her 614,442. So that's still too close. Now, Minnesota. All right. What are you doing in Minnesota? I have no idea what's happening. How can you only have 2.05% reporting at the moment? Don't get it. Only 38,935 votes for Trump and 28,096 for Harris. This is just ridiculous that this isn't something that we're looking at a whole lot different. Wisconsin, be nice if Trump pulls off these 10 electoral college votes. We're looking at very close, 37.47 reporting. Trump's up 59.57 to Harris's 48.9 or 48.98. So that's teeter-totting. Where are we at in Colorado? Look, we're getting close to that threshold. Colorado's at 47.73 reporting in right now. And Trump is behind, folks, in Colorado. Those 10 electoral college votes are going to matter. And we're talking about Harris has already crossed the 1 million votes to Trump's 751,000. So I don't really like what I see in Colorado, but I do like what's happening in Georgia. I do like what's happening in North Carolina. I do like what's happening in Virginia. These are very important for us. And Pennsylvania now, we're approaching that 50%. And this is how close this is, folks. We're talking about a 20,000 vote difference right now as I speak. And that is entirely too close. Now, let's go look at Arizona. Be nice to get those 11 electoral college votes for the Republicans. We're at 34.27 reporting. And this is how close this is. Trump's at 621,131 and Harris is 621,091. That's why every vote counts. That is entirely too close to call and may not be called anytime soon. New Mexico, again, very close, but Trump's up 52 to 45 with 21% reporting. So the total current electoral college votes right now, let me refresh this map, is 205 for Trump and 117 for Harris. And we're waiting on Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and I really think we might pull this off in Wisconsin, and it's looking more positive in Iowa, and we're still borderlining in Michigan. So this can still go either direction. Right now, the popular vote is in Donald Trump's favor, big time. 41,404,482 votes to Harris's 36,526,779. And that is very good, but it's not the popular vote that puts you to get you in the White House. It's the Electoral College. And that's why we're going to draw this down to the wire, my friends, very, very closely. That being said, I'm going to take another quick commercial break, and I will bring you up to the third part of Trump's Pennsylvania speech last night. A little less lengthy than the other two were, but it's very important to listen to what this man has to say in these final hours as we move into tonight.
We have some other senators here, and I have to tell you, I think they're looking forward to having him as a partner in the Senate. We have some good ones too. Senator Bill Hagerty, Tennessee.
Sure.
Tom Cotton, Tom is a great guy. Marcus, and Marco is Marco. He's fantastic. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. That's a great group of people. I heard Marco, that little speech he gave, that was pretty, I didn't understand a damn word he was saying. But he's great. You have a lot of members of Congress, but just a few of them that I have to, because they're outstanding people. John Joyce, Lloyd Smucker, Dan Muser, G.T. Thompson. These guys are all warriors. Stand up, fella. They're warriors. They are warriors. And Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she's doing a fantastic job. She's fantastic. Pennsylvania Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Where's Stacey? Thank you, Stacey. Oh, thank you, Stacey. Good job. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, great guy. Great guy. RNC Chairman Michael Watley, he's doing good. He's doing good. I told him, do me a favor, you've heard this speech before, stay back, just work in the votes. We've heard this speech before. You have a man from Europe, I don't know if he's here, I saw him backstage. What he did was, what he is doing is sort of what we did a few years ago. He's doing a great job, he's he's always been my friend for some reason. He liked me, I liked him. And he's shaking it up pretty good over there. He was the big winner of the last election in the UK, and he's a very spectacular man, very highly respected, Nigel Farage. He's a little bit of a rebel, but that's good, you know, that's good. Don't change, Nigel. And you have my children, and they are spectacular. Don, Eric, Tiffany, and Laura, and Michael Boulos. And Tiffany's gonna have a baby very soon. Tiffany's having a baby. Thank you very much, it's really good. They're very good. They're very good kids, and a lot of friends are here. Steve Whitcoff is here. He's given a lot of money to different charities and all. He's really, really something. Oh, there they are. I'm wondering why are all those cameras? That's the ears are right there. And you know, Laura is a superstar. Laura is like unbelievable. Laura has been unbelievable. Laura, you know, she was born and really loves the place, North Carolina, and she can't hold it against her, right? She was born, she loves North Carolina, and so do I, so do we all. We've never had a loss at North Carolina. And she could have been senator very easily, and I said, do you think it's something you'd want to do? Nobody could have beaten her, she was through the roof, and she said, no, I love my husband, I love my children, I really want to give them some time. We end up making her like chairman of the Republican Party. That's supposed to be easy, along with Michael Watley. But she loves North Carolina, and she could have been. And Ted Butter's doing a great job. I said, Ted, would you like to? She said, I'll only run if Laura doesn't run, because nobody can beat her, which is really true. And she said, I think Ted would be great. He ran, he won, and he's a fantastic senator. But I just want to thank this group is a very special group. And Ivanka and Barron. Ivanka called me this morning and she said, have a great time today, because this is, you know, we're going to be doing 4 of these today. 4, the big ones are big, but we felt we could do the abbreviated version. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I have to get around. Do you mind if we speak for 5 minutes? And everyone's, I guess. But we do the whole deal. You've been with me from the beginning, and I'm with you from the beginning. So. And we have Barron, and Barron he got into a great college, and he's doing really well. Barron is watching us as we speak. He loves this stuff. Barron's watching with our First Lady, our beautiful First Lady. Oh, she's got the #1 selling book in the country. Melania, it's called. Go buy it. Buy it for Christmas. It's beautiful. I read it every page very closely before I recommended it. I didn't know. You got to be careful. Now, she wrote a great book, a #1 bestseller, the New York Times list. You know, for Trump to get on the #1 bestseller, the New York Times list, most people would consider it like virtually impossible, and she did. So that means she sold a hell of a lot of books. And so go get Melania. But Barron and Ivanka, say hello, and I want to thank you very especially. This is our last time now for forever. Well, we started this. Think how sad. We started this, right? We started it really as a family unit 9 years ago. We've had the biggest rallies, the most spectacular rallies in the history of politics. It's the biggest and most powerful movement in the history of our country by far. And I say that in front of the fake news all the time. Nobody can correct it. And I tell the story of Pat Buchanan. I like Pat Buchanan. Now he's a pretty old guy. I hope he's around. I think he is, but he's a pretty old guy. But he became very famous and very successful, and he was on all the shows for years, for 40 years, because he came in second in the New Hampshire primary. And he took that. We won 50 states, and then we won the presidency. And we did even better the second time than we did the first time, as you know. We had more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. And things happen. And I said, you know what? We did so well. Let me see how they're doing. And they were doing horribly, because I didn't need to do this. And they were doing horribly. And I said to the family, I said to Melania Barron, and I said to Ivanka, I said to everybody, I said, I think we got to do it again. Think of it. If I would have done badly in 2020, I wouldn't do it. It would have been easier. But we all know how well we did. And I said, we got to do it again, only because I looked at the incompetence, Afghanistan, all these things that were happening. You take a look at it. You take a look at how bad. Nothing good was happening. We were disrespected all over the world. Other countries laugh at us right now, and now they're laughing harder than they've ever laughed before. And we're not going to let anybody laugh at us. It's not going to happen. So I said, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. And now the people, that was quite contentious, because you had some people, but now those people are real friends of ours again. And we have a party that's very well united. And most importantly, we're going to show up and vote tomorrow, and if you do, you're going to win. The ball's in our court. As they say in athletics, the ball is in our court. All you have to do is get out and vote, and we walk away with the greatest political event in history, but much more important, it's going to be the event that saves our country. So, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. They're really good kids. They're really good. That's not to say that I didn't have a little difficulty with them on occasion. Especially Don, but no, I'm only kidding. No, good speeches, good job. Thank you, kids. I'll see you later. Good. Thank you very much. And your father, thank you. Thank you. I didn't know what was happening. I saw all these cameras turned. I say, why are those cameras being turned away from me? What's going on? But in a way, they become stars. They're just great. They're great people. And they do it because they love the country. They love it. Thank you very much, all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So here are the facts. And Kamala, now we have to talk. Oh, bring them up. Okay, come on, let's go. They all want me to bring them up. There's a lot of love. Come here, my
That cracks your party? Yes, sir.
I'm going to jump in or sit in?
No, you can come on. Sit down.
think you're right. Before we leave that, I want you to real quick on, let's assume he wins tonight. What do you anticipate between tomorrow and the inauguration day?
Hell on earth.
Hell on earth, exactly. I think
We
personally,
are 24 hours away from sending the greatest president this country's ever seen back to the White House. And I just want to say how much love we truly feel from everyone in Pennsylvania, but truly across the country. You guys are our family. We love you. God bless you. We are here fighting by your side, not just now, but forever, because we are so blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. We love you guys. Thank you.
This man right here is the greatest warrior America has ever seen. And our family is so damn proud of him. We will fight on this stage for as long as we're here. We're always going to fight for the greatest country in the world, which is the United States of America. Let's go win this, Pennsylvania.
Guys, for us, this has been an honor of a lifetime. You guys are the best, but now it's up to you. We can't do it by ourselves. It was always about all of us. It was about one country. It was about taking back our freedom, our rights from those who are trying to take away from us. So tomorrow, bring your friends, stay in line. Let's vote, vote, vote. Let's take back our country. Thank you, Pennsylvania, and thank you, America. God bless all of you.
Hello. Well, we love you, we support you, and my father's here fighting for you. He's never gonna let you down. So please vote. Let's get this country back on track. Thank you so much.
I shouldn't have done that. I gotta follow that now. I'm not gonna follow that. So kids, go back to work. Let's make sure everybody shows up tomorrow to vote, okay? Thank you. Beautiful job. Very great. They're good people and they love our country, but they really are good people. They're kind people. They have big hearts. They're strong. They can be nasty, but they have big hearts, those great children of mine. So here are some of the facts. Kamala is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crooked Bernie Sanders and crazy Bernie Sanders. I don't know, do I call him crooked? I'd say probably crazy, maybe for him is a better term. And Pocahontas herself. Kamala destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and therefore anybody who wants to defund the police even for one day, and she was there for a long time, is not worthy of being president of the United States. We need our police. We want to get our police back. We want to indemnify our police when they're unfairly charged. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Would anybody like to give up their gun? No takers? I didn't think so. And endorsed a total ban of handgun ownership. You know that. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. All at taxpayer expense. And perhaps, worst of all, she lied. She never worked at McDonald's, okay? Never. No, she never worked there. I was there for 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes more than she worked there. And I have to say, those French fries are really good when you get them right out of that fat or whatever the hell they cook it with, fat. I don't know if it's good for you, but they are really good. In conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. Something about. Think of the history you have here. Think of the history you have, the political history. Is there any place like it? And this is a big one because think of this. Put this, add this with all of the other things that are, you know, for so many years famous, like Pennsylvania and what you've done and how you fit into history. We win Pennsylvania, as I said. We win Pennsylvania. We win the whole bag of wax. We can have another one. We'll put that one on top. Let's try putting that one on top. They're pretty big. We have to. But this will be one of them. This will be one of the truly big events in the history of our country. So why don't we have Pennsylvania be there for that? That'd be beautiful. On top of all the things we did. Because remember, we gave you the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, rebuilt our military, defeated ISIS, had no new wars, gave you right to try, the great, incredible thing that's saving thousands of lives, right to try. You don't have to go to Europe or Asia or just go home and die. If you have no money, you go home and die. They have the right to try new age medicines without having any problems, saving thousands and thousands. We gave you so much, and it's an honor. It's an honor, really. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never started if I was president. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. There's another thing, Israel, October 7th. October 7th would have never happened. All of those people that were hostages, hopefully are still, because I hope they're a hostage. I just hope they haven't been killed, but I think a lot of them are killed. I think a lot of them have been killed, but we can hope. But that would have never happened. That would have never, ever happened because Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. We would have had peace in the Middle East. You would have had peace. Instead, you have all of the death that's taking place. It's terrible. And I will prevent World War III because you're just around the corner from World War III, and this will be a war like no other. This will be a nuclear war. And this will not be two army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This will be a war. The level of power of these weapons is, you know, I rebuilt our nuclear force. I rebuilt our whole military during the 40s. We did a phenomenal job of that, but in many ways I hated to do it. In many ways I hated to do it with respect to the nuclear. Because they're going over the power levels of various things that we're rebuilding, and I say, General, are you sure about that? The power is just crazy. It's obliteration. And we have people that don't have a clue and they're negotiating. Look, Ukraine should have never started none of these things. How about when you look at Afghanistan, that would have never happened. We were going to get out of there with strength and dignity, and we were going to be, was going to be a victory. It was enough. They were in there for 21 years or something. But the one thing I would have done is I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest bases in the world. We built it many years ago for billions of dollars. The most powerful, longest runways that can handle anything in the world, 1 hour away from China. Remember, that wasn't really for Afghanistan. That was, you're 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China. These are stupid people. They took the military out first. They took the military, they said, oh, we had a plan. Mike Pompeo made the plan with me. We had a plan subject to all these different things that they had to do. They weren't doing them. They were doing some, but they said, great, we're not going forward until they do the other. They were going to be fine. But the one thing that wouldn't have happened, we would have never taken the military. You take the military out last, and we lost 13 lives and many people obliterated, and hundreds of people were killed on both sides. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a massive defense shield all around our country so a missile heads in our direction and we knock the hell out of it. We can have it. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do that many years ago, and he was right, except we didn't have the technology then. It would have been not good, but we didn't have today. You can shoot a pin out of the sky. It's incredible, actually, what they've been able to do. But it's all going to be made in the USA, and a lot of it is going to be made in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C. We'll get rid of all the graffiti on those beautiful marble columns, and we'll clean it. And it'll be properly run, and we'll stop the death and shootings and muggings and everything. We'll make it a great capital, beautiful capital again. And we'll also make sure that our Supreme Court stays to 9 justices. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools.
So this is why.
And we will, of course, keep men out of women's sports. Every time I say those last two things, and I may add the open borders there. Can you imagine they're trying to defend open borders? Open borders, who would do that? We're the party of common sense, okay? We're really the party of common sense. But when I say open borders, we're gonna close the borders, you say, can you imagine you actually have to say that? What the hell? I mean, who the hell wants open borders where criminals from all over the world can just walk into our country? These are crazy people, or they hate our country, or they think they're gonna get these people to sign up and vote. I guess maybe that's it. But it's not defensible. But think of the last two. The transgender insanity, it's taken over. And you know, nobody's ever come up to me and said, I'd like to talk to you about that. I've never had any, they've talked about taxes. They've talked about economic development. They talk about or the last one, men playing in women's sports. Nobody's ever come up. With all the people, I deal with hundreds of people. I deal with people, I go into crowds, I ask them because I get better opinions from you than these crazy consultants they have for a fortune. But I've never once been said, sir, we have to do something about keeping men in women's sports. I've never had the question. I don't know, it's such a big subject. Nobody's ever asked me the question before. Can you imagine, go back 10 years and say that a president from 10 years from now is going to be up there defending the fact that men should not play in women's sports. People would say, you're crazy, that'll never happen. Did you see the two boxes? Did you see the two boxes? There were men that transitioned into womanhood. And they fought a very good Italian. They have women's boxing in the Olympics. So they fought a very good Italian young lady. And boom. She got hit with just a left jab. She went back to her corner, so I've never been hit like that. This is just like a defensive. Oh, they could fight Iron Mike, I'll tell you. Iron Mike would say, this is not a good thing. I know Iron Mike, and he's a great guy, Mike Tyson. A great guy. He's a good man. Hey, Mike's been through a lot, but he could fight. Let me tell you, that guy could fight. But can you imagine Mike? Oh, he says, put Mike in the ring with Kamala. That'll be interesting. No, but can you imagine? And these two men that transitioned, you'll be shocked to know they both won gold medals. In some of the easiest fights, they're announcing a certain woman. She's a champion here, a champion there. She's great. She gets hit. Blah, blah, blah. That's the end of the champion stuff. It's so unfair. It's so ridiculous. And it's very demeaning to women. I think it's horrible. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And I did. They didn't touch it. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country.
He ought to be on a yacht somewhere.
Yeah, he ought to be on a yacht somewhere. We should be on a yacht somewhere.
We should be.
All right, we are back. And my brother Mike has something else he would like to add from our last conversation. So you got it, brother. Go for it.
Okay. I made the point that Donald Trump is and is not a lot of things. Okay. And I emphasize the point that, you know, with all with all due respect, but to be blunt, he is an asshole. I'm not arguing that point. I'm not going to debate that point with you. But that's what we need to stand up against despotic world leaders who hate us. However, I failed to mention an important fact, and that is in the 4 years of his first term, he governed responsibly. And that is something that cannot be said about a lot of politicians.
Yeah.
He governed responsibly. And I didn't make that statement, but I emphasized the justification for that statement by saying that, pointing out that Putin invaded Crimea on Obama's watch, and he invaded Ukraine on Biden's watch, and everything was calm and quiet. There was peace in the Middle East. The Middle East was not blowing up. Israel was not being attacked during Trump's term. But the point there is, and don't miss this, he governed responsibly.
Yes.
And do not overlook the significance of that. Now, let's talk about politicians for a minute. Okay, I said his strong point was that he was not a politician. My personal opinion, and that anecdotally of several astute, knowledgeable friends of mine, including this guy sitting next to me, is that in terms of politicians, in my opinion, Congress should be swept clean, fumigated, and restocked, padlocked and fumigated, and restocked with true public servants who will serve under very short, limited term limits.
Yes.
Subject to every piece of legislation that they enact. Maybe, just maybe, we might get fewer and better laws as a result of that.
Yeah, they had to live under the same things.
If they had to live under the same things that we have to live under, that they subject us to, maybe, just maybe, common sense dictates that we might get better laws as a result of that. As far as the ongoing debate about the popular vote and the electoral college vote, our founding fathers were brilliant. It's amazing to me to look back with the benefit of hindsight and see every possibility that they foresaw and they forethought through, and they tried to put into place to protect us, not themselves, us, from future problems that we may face. And they have all the credibility in the world because they literally fought. They laid everything on the line. They laid their livelihoods, they laid their property, they laid their lives on the line for this country.
Yeah.
No question about that.
Literally.
And the reason they came up with the electoral college, I know a lot of people right now are screaming about we need to do away with the electoral college, just go with the popular vote. But the reason that they foresaw was they were concerned about densely populated areas like New York City and Philadelphia. Well, extrapolate that 250 years. Now the concern is East Coast, West Coast, New York State, California. And they were trying to develop a system where there would be fairness across the entire country, border to border, and not let tyrannical pockets of densely populated areas to control and dictate what's going on in the country. These guys were brilliant. It's amazing to me the foresight that they had. But it's because they literally laid their lives on the line. Mm-hmm. We have not been asked to do that to date,
right,
in modern America. They had the foresight and the wisdom and the knowledge and the understanding and the intelligence to foresee possible future problems that this country is going to face and try to provide boundaries and protections for us. They were brilliant. Yeah. They were absolutely brilliant.
I agree.
They were absolutely brilliant.
Definitely.
And I think that's everything I wanted to say today. No guarantees, but I think so.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Okay, let's refresh this map and look at where we're at once again. In fact, I'll tell you, let's see. I am going to drop that down. I'm going to hit that. And what can we... Okay, so they're saying it's too early to call Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. Although I don't think so. But that's just my personal opinion. Because Georgia, right now, yeah, I get it, it's close. We're almost at 90% reporting, 87.92. And Trump is up 51.25 to Harris's 48.06. So we're still looking at 200, almost 300,000 votes out there. But that's in Trump's favor. So Georgia's looking still good as far as I'm concerned. North Carolina, we're at 83.83% reporting. And we're looking at about 100,000, let's see, 2,458,000 to 2,335,000. So close. Trump's up 50.72 to 48.17 for Harris. So that's looking good for us. Virginia, 71% reporting. We really need those 13 electoral college votes. And now it's switched. Harris is up, not by much, only about 30,000 votes, 49.65 to 48.70. Going back up to Pennsylvania. Here I've been talking to you all night about Pennsylvania and how much we need those 19 electoral college votes. We're over that 50% threshold. We're at almost 60% reporting now, 59.98. And this is how close we are. Trump is up now in Pennsylvania, 50.87 to Harris's 48.19. That is a good thing. Looking at Michigan, long ways to go still. 24.11 reporting, and Trump is only up. He's at 49.67 to Harris's 48.58. That can go many different directions. That's 15 electoral college votes. It would be really nice to have in the Republican column. Wisconsin, we're over the threshold of 55.87 at this point. Still too close, folks. Trump's at 59.85. Harris is at 48.67. So we're talking about 938,000 to 915 votes. All right, let's look at Minnesota. What Minnesota's doing with their reporting, I don't grasp this concept at all. Only 5.33% reporting. How is that possible, Minnesota? Other than you're trying to pull some kind of stunt here at the last hour. But currently, with just that reporting, Trump's at 60.94 and Harris is at 36.49. And maybe that's why we're seeing them being so slow in this. I hope there's a lot of poll watchers that are down there paying very close attention to what the hell they're doing in Minnesota. That's also Alejandro Mar's area. New Mexico is only 5 points. It'd be nice to have it, but Harris is pulling ahead in that with 62% reporting. She's at 53, where Trump's at 44. Arizona, okay, this is neck and neck. Arizona's not yet at 50% reporting, but this is what we have currently with the totals for Arizona. Trump's got 902,800 votes to her 901,754. Every vote counts. That's how close Arizona is. Nevada has not reported anything yet. We know what's going to happen with California. It's going to go to Harris. We know she's going to get Oregon. We know she's going to get Washington. Idaho, don't know. Trump's got Montana in the. He's got that. It's 4, but he's got it. West Wyoming's looking really good. That's only 3, but it's looking good for Trump. Utah is nothing yet, although we expect that's going to be for Donald Trump. North Dakota, it's only 3 electoral college votes, but we're over the threshold of 50. We're at 54%, and Trump's at 70% to her 28%. So that's very good. South Dakota's got still a long ways to go. Only 14% reported in at the moment. Trump's up at 68% to her 29%. So I want to go back down here and look at Illinois again. It looks like Harris is going to get those 19 electoral college votes there. 72% reporting, and Harris is at 53.85, so almost 54% to Trump's 44.74. But that's still close, but I don't see it happening. I really don't. Texas looks like we've got it. 72% reporting. Trump's at 56. She's at 42. Louisiana's finally coming through. 81% reporting. And Trump's got this in the bag, 62% to her 35. Mississippi, same way, 67% reporting. Trump's 62, Harris is 35. Alabama, we're over the threshold, we're at 56, with Trump at 67.97, so almost 68% to her 31%. And let's go back to Georgia. Again, very crucial we get those 16 electoral college votes. 89%, almost 89.8%, so almost 90% reporting, and Trump's at 51.8% to her 48.21%. And that is very, very close to call at this moment. So let's do a little math, all right? I love to look at the math end of this and tell you what do we need. At the moment, let's see, bringing up my clock is going to help. Let me refresh the page. But at the moment, the total is Trump's at 211 electoral college votes to her 117. Now, at 211, at the rate things are going right now, if Trump gets Georgia, and he's ahead in Georgia, 51.10 to 48, that's going to give him 16 electoral college votes. That brings him to 227. If he continues in North Carolina, another 16 electoral college votes, 84% reporting, he's at 50.77 to her 48.12. Let's say that continues in his favor. And that just totally hit the wrong button. So let's back up. 211 plus 16 plus 16. Okay, so that brings Trump to 243. He's back down in Virginia again, so we're not going to count that. He's ahead in Pennsylvania again, but it's too close to call. He is ahead in Michigan, but not enough reporting. He is ahead in Wisconsin with 56% in. So let's say he gets those 10. Okay, so now we're looking at 16 plus 16 plus 10 plus 15 in the event he pulls off Michigan, that puts him at 268. So this brings us back down to, let's say he gets, we're looking at Nevada again. We're looking at Arizona. We're looking at New Mexico. Let's say he gets Nevada. We go over the 270 easily. What's her path here? Okay, so she's at 117 electoral college votes. So she stands a chance of picking up New Mexico. She stands a chance of picking up Arizona. She's going to get California. She's going to get probably Idaho. That's only 4. She's going to get Oregon. That's 8. She's going to get Washington State. That's 12. That only gives her 211. So if she takes Pennsylvania, which is not looking like she's going to, that still doesn't give her what she needs. That's how freaking close this is right now. It is entirely too close to call. Let's go back and look at Georgia. We're almost at 90% in. We're at 89.95 for 16 electoral college votes that we got to have. And it's 51.10 to 48.19. So let's just, for shits and grins, I'm going to say that Trump pulls off those 16. 227. I'm going to say because 85.7% is reporting in North Carolina now. He's up 50.77 to 48. I'm going to say he gets those. So that is 16, that's 243. Let's take Virginia out of this. Let's give him Wisconsin because we're over the threshold of 57. It's 48 to 48 or 50 to 48. So that's 10. Boy, that's going to be close. Let me redo this again. If we go at 211 plus 16 plus 16 plus that 10, that's 253. We're going ahead in Wisconsin. Let's add those 10. That's at 263. So if we get Nevada, that's 269. All we need is one electoral college vote, which means if we picked up New Mexico, Arizona, Trump becomes the next president at the rate it's going right now. So that's close, folks. It is very, 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 very close. I had projected that by 10 o'clock tonight, we would know, 10 o'clock Central Time, we would know who's going to pull this off. It's 9:54 right now, and it is way too early to tell. But you look at Nebraska, okay, there's 5 electoral college votes right there. We're at 51.6% reporting, and Trump's at 52 to Harris's 46. So that is a big difference. Right now, we're calling Trump at 212 to her 119. All this being said, if you're Kamala Harris tonight and Tim Walz, you're not feeling very good. All right? Let's leave it at that. The only thing in her favor at the moment really is what the hell's happening up here in Minnesota. Why have we've been polls closed for several hours now, and we've only got, now it's 9.11% reporting. How is that possible? What are they doing up in Minnesota right now that's slowing this process down to a snail's crawl? But does it have anything to do with the fact that Trump is up 61.20 to her 36.53? I don't know. But it's awful funny that he's so far ahead and they've almost stopped reporting. Don't understand it. We're almost at 60% now in Wisconsin, 58.9% reporting, and Trump's at 50.16 to Harris's 48.36. That's 10 electoral college votes, and that's looking good. So we got a little ways to go. They're calling now Trump at 212 to her 119. So that's very good. Let's look at some other things real quick. Let's look at Senate. Right now, this is good. The Republicans have picked up one seat. They flipped one seat, and they've held 38. The Democrats have held 28, and they've lost one. That is outstanding. We only need 2 more seats for the Republicans and the Democrats not change, for the Republicans to control the Senate. Now let's look at the House. Right now, Republicans are 151, the Democrats 98. We need to get up to 218 to control the House, and it's looking very good for the Republicans right now. So the fact that we could possibly end up with 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, keeping the House and taking back the Senate is not at all out of the equation. In fact, I'm optimistic that it's a possibility from what I'm seeing by looking at these numbers. Go back to the presidency again. We're at 212 for Trump and 119 for Harris, with Georgia's 16 leaning towards Trump right now. North Carolina's 16 electoral college votes leaning towards Trump right now. Virginia is 48% Trump to 49% Harris. That's on the borderline. Pennsylvania right now has Trump now pulling ahead again. Now it's at 50.97 to her 48.08. We're still looking at Minnesota just sitting there. Wisconsin, we're at 50, almost 60% reporting, and Trump's up 50.17 to 48.36. And in Michigan, only 26.94 reporting, but Trump's at 50.99 to Harris's 47.27. So it's looking good. If you're a Republican right now, if you're in Donald Trump's team, you're happy with the numbers you're seeing. Arizona is almost at 50% reporting at the moment, and it's almost dead tied. 49.66 to 49.53 in Trump's favor. We still have nothing on Nevada. We don't care about California, Oregon, Washington State. We know where that's going to go. Really don't even care about Idaho, although it'd be nice to have it. But Nebraska has already crossed the threshold. It's at 52.11. And folks, Nebraska right now, that's 5 electoral college votes, is 52.44 for Trump and 46.40 for Harris. So where does that leave us with a total over count? And it's got Donald Trump right now easily ahead in the popular vote. 50,513,414 to 44,397,509. That being said, they're going to go ahead right now and call. They haven't even tallied a single vote yet. And they just gave California, Oregon, and Washington State to Kamala Harris, which brought her up to 173 electoral college votes. Nope. Now they just gave her Colorado as well, which brought her to 193, which I wasn't counting on any of those three. Anyhow, Colorado, they're stoned over there. They're doing, I think they legalize all drugs now. Psychedelic shit, doesn't matter. So that's what it is. Let's see, what else can we possibly pull out of this that might be positive for us? Illinois, those 19 votes are not looking positive. We're at Illinois right now is reporting 78.29 in, with Trump at 44 and Harris at 53. So our best bet right now is continuing to pull ahead in Georgia, which looks positive, 90% reporting. Trump's at 51, Harris is at 48. North Carolina, 86, almost 87 reporting. Trump's at 50.89 to her 48.01. Virginia still has a little ways to go, 48 and 49 in Harris's favor. That can change, only 74% reporting. In Pennsylvania, a big one, 19 electoral college votes, almost 69% reporting, and Trump is up 50.99 to her 48.06. So that is very significant. Michigan, long ways to go. 15 electoral college votes. Both of us need that. 27% reporting. Trump's up 51.25 to her 47.02. Wisconsin reporting 60.32% in. Trump's up 50.41 to her 48.12. That's looking good. And then we go back over here to Minnesota. Now they're at 11.29% reporting, but Trump is still pulling ahead every time they update this. He's at 60.45 to her 37.31. I really want to know what's happening in Minnesota. Why are they only at 11.29% reporting? That should be scary to everybody. Well, it shouldn't be scary to the Democrats, because they probably think something's going to happen here that's in their favor. So anyhow, we're going to take our final break of the night, so I can go use the restroom and get another drink, and then I'll be back shortly, and I'm going to share with you the final closing speech last night of Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. So these closing arguments of his are very, very good to listen to. I was impressed by his speech last night, and I hope you will be too.
And we're going to protect our lands and citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We want people to come into our country, but they're going to come in legally. That's all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We are an occupied country. Can you believe the things I'm saying up here? We are an occupied country. Take a look at Colorado. Take a look. Take a look what's happening there. Military-style weapons. Aurora. They're taking over apartment complexes. They're in the real estate business just like me. But I have to go out and borrow money or somehow pay cash. They just walk in and they say, you're paying the rent to me from now on, madam, and if you don't pay, it's big trouble for you. And the governor has no idea what the hell's happened, that poor guy. It's a radical Democrat. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Can you imagine? I have to say this. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and filled with the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is just too big to rig. We got to do it. So you need to get out tomorrow and vote. It's it. This is it. We're going to get together again, but it's going to be different. It's not going to be a rally. It's going to be applause for what we're doing. It's going to be better. Because these incredible rallies, and there may have been like 900 of them, a tremendous amount. This is over 9 years. Many, I know we celebrated 507. I remember 507, it was a few years ago. I think it's got to be close. I don't know, whatever it was. But it's hundreds and hundreds. And they've been flawless, right? Every once in a while I'd make a little aggressive statement that people didn't like, but you know. Don't forget I'm rarely on the teleprompter. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to be on the teleprompter? Right? Right, Dan? That guy, look at that guy. Stand up. That guy's such a good guy. You better bring him home because he has worked so hard in the election, Dan Muser. He's worked so hard. And you know what? Think of it. Think of it. If we lost, I'd call him up tomorrow. I'd go, yes, I won't say it. Franklin Graham said, please don't use foul language. I said, all right, Franklin. He said, you can tell the story just as well without the foul language. Actually, he's not right about that. It's not quite the same. When you don't every once in a while, not a real bad word, but you know, like a word. But he did say that, so I do my best. But I'd call him up with anger and fierceness. I'd say, you failed me. As opposed to calling up and say, Dan, you did a great job. I love you, Dan. Right? I think we're going to do the Dan, you did a great job. And you did, regardless. And all of these guys, they're all in. They're great guys. They're warriors. For the past 9 years, we've been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. That's right. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. You. This nation belongs. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow, 4 years we've all waited for this. 4 years of rallies, good ones and bad ones, but we didn't have any bad ones, I don't think. We had no bad ones. But 4 years, think of it, 4 years, and now it's tomorrow. Tomorrow it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. All of this was to really, all of these hundreds and hundreds of rallies were to put us in position to do something great for our country. This is, in a way, the harder part. Honestly, beating all these people and fighting all of these people, going through the lies and the vicious statements about you and your family and everything. But all of that was worth it. It puts us in position to now be able to do the job. And we're going to do a great job for everybody, for 100% of the people. We're going to do it for Democrats, for liberals or progressives if they prefer, which they do prefer. But we're going to do it for independents, and we're going to do it for everybody. We're going to do it for everybody. And you're going to be so proud of your vote. I really want you to look back and your family to look back. My dad, my mom voted for Trump. It was the best thing that they ever did. That's what we want. Otherwise, we've made a mistake. And we felt the love. We would have never done this if we didn't do so well the second time. We did better the second time than we did the first time, if you think. After all we've been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. We're really something. With your help, we will restore America's promise and we will take back the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around very fast. You're going to be very proud. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania. We'll be back. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
And just like that, his campaigning rallies are in the history books. Regardless if he wins tonight or doesn't win tonight, that was his last time to ever be campaigning for president of the United States. So where are we at right now? Trump is currently at 216 electoral college votes to her 193. And we still have Georgia looking good in our favor. Trump's at 51.11% to her 48.19. So let's say he pulls off those 16. Let me back up a hair. 216 plus 16. That puts Trump at 232. If he continues with North Carolina, almost 88% reporting, another 16 electoral college votes, he's up 50.80 to her 48.07. You back up again. I keep screwing up this math. Okay, 216 plus 16 in Georgia, plus 16 in North Carolina. That puts him at 248. I'm not even going to look at Virginia. That's not looking good. But I am going to look at Pennsylvania because we're at almost 74% reporting, and Trump's at 51.27 to her 47.78. And that's 19 electoral college votes. Damn it, how do I keep doing that? I've got a calculator. I know why. You ever drank Shock Top? This is a very, very good beer, if you haven't done that before. I know. Do you have your Douglas Ducote Show koozie? On the back it says, American Patriot by the Grace of God. Reach out to me. I'll make sure you get one. Okay. Let's go look at this again. 216 plus. If we continue the path we're on with Georgia, that's 16. That brings us to 232. Continue the path we're on with North Carolina. That's 16. 216 plus 16 plus 16. That's 248. If we pull off Pennsylvania, and we're looking good at this point, that's 19. 216, 16, 16, 19. That's 267 with Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. And then Michigan is, although we're ahead, too close. We only got 30% reporting. Wisconsin, those 10 gives us the 270, but Trump's at 50.68 to her 47.86. Once again, in Minnesota, Trump's pulling ahead in Minnesota, 60.52 to her 37.38, but 13% reporting. So let's look at something else. Let's look down here. Okay. Let's look at New Mexico. Nope. We're not going to get those 5. That's Harris. 68, almost 70% reporting. She's up 52 to 45. Let's look at Arizona. It's a freaking dead heat. Almost 50% reporting. We're almost at that threshold at 49.81. And Trump's at 49.66 to her 49.53. So we can't count on that. Arizona, we have no reporting yet. So what could we call? All right. We're over the threshold in Nebraska, 54.5. What's the chances of Trump getting those 5 electoral college votes in Nebraska? Come on. It's almost a given. All right. 267 plus 5, boom, 272. So that's 272. And that's without counting Minnesota, without counting Wisconsin. And that's given Harris Alaska. That's given her Hawaii. That's given her New Mexico. That's given her Arizona. That's given her Nevada. All right. So if you're Kamala Harris right now, you're trying to figure out how in the hell can I possibly get to 270. So let's look at that. 193 right now. Plus, she would have to pick up Nevada. That's 6. Plus, she has to pick up Arizona. That's 11. Plus, she has to pick up New Mexico. That's 5. Plus, what does that leave her? Let's say she can pull off Virginia. That's 13. That only brings her to 228. Let's say that she pulls off, what could she possibly pull off? She could pull off Alaska, let's say. That gives her 3. That brings her to 231. Let's say she gets Hawaii. That only brings her to 235. What's her pathway to win this? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see right now. We still got Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Alaska, Hawaii, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and Nebraska. And most of that is leaning Trump right now. I don't see a possible way for Kamala Harris to get to 270 right now. I don't. Currently in the popular vote, Trump's got 54,190,226. She's got 48,495,116. So let's look at some other races. Let's look at the Senate real quick. See where I might have to refresh this. I just did. Let's go look at the Senate. Okay, we're looking good in the Senate. We're 1 away from controlling the Senate, or 2 away, actually. We have flipped 2 seats. We've gained 2 seats. We've held 38. Democrats have held 28 and lost 2. So we are right around the corner. We're 2 seats away from controlling the U.S. Senate. In the House, you need 218 to control the House. Republicans are 164 to Democrats 109. So that's very, very positive. Going back to our presidential map again. And where are we at in Georgia? 90% reporting, and it's 51.01 to 48.27 Harris, almost in the bank for Trump. North Carolina, 88.75% reporting. Trump's at 50.76 to Harris's 48.10, almost in the bank. Virginia is still floating around out there. Harris is up 50.03 to Trump's 48.33. And surprisingly, yet I'm very happy that Pennsylvania is almost 76% reporting. It's got Trump at 51.10 to her 47.95. That is very, very positive. We can give her Illinois. That's 19 electoral college votes because right now at 80% reporting, she's up 53.63 to 44.94. We go up and we look at Michigan. Here's the thing. We're only looking at 31%, almost 32% reporting. Yes, Trump's ahead. That's a lot of votes left to count in Michigan. Wisconsin, we're at 65, almost 66% reporting, and Trump's up 50.78 to her 47.76. Very good for Republicans. And okay, Minnesota, now we're at 16% reporting. I'm telling you, there's something happening in Minnesota that is not good. They're playing with this shit. There ain't no way you can have only 16% reporting right now in Minnesota. No fucking way. But Trump's up 61% to her 36%. There's some shady shit going on right now up there, I guarantee you. And I don't like that one bit. Nebraska, Trump's got those 5 electoral college votes, 58% reporting. He's up 53 to her 45. He's almost up 54 to her 45. New Mexico is not looking good for Trump. We're almost at 70% reporting. Trump's at 46 to her 52. Arizona is tight. Polls are closed, 50% reporting. Trump's at 49.66 to her 49.53. How close is that? Trump's got 904,351. She's got 901,995. That's how close that is. Back to every vote counts again. And Nevada has nobody reporting. Polls are closed and 0-0. Alaska, same thing. No, Alaska polls don't close till 1 a.m. Eastern time. But it doesn't matter. We don't need Alaska anyhow. What we need to be concerned about, we don't need Hawaii either. Our big thing right now is Georgia, those 16 electoral college votes. We're over 90% reporting now, and Trump's up. Trump's at 2,536,898 to her 2,400,253. So 51% to 48%. Very good for Republicans. North Carolina, again, very good for Republicans. 88, almost 88.75, almost 89% reporting. Trump's up 50.76 to her 48.10. Virginia does have Harris slightly ahead, 48 to 50%. She's got 50%. Pennsylvania is starting to look good, reporting at 76% in. Trump's up 51.18 to her 47.87. So we may very well pull Pennsylvania off. I'm going to go back and do this math again. 216. We pull off Georgia. We pull off North Carolina. We pull off Pennsylvania. And let's say we pull off Wisconsin because we're at 66, almost 67% reporting, and Trump's up 50.91 to 47. There's your 10, right? That's 277. Right now, folks, I am 95% positive Donald Trump gets to 270 and becomes the next president of the United States. I'm very, very optimistic that that's what we're going to see. That's even if Minnesota is actually screwing around and trying to rig this election. And how they can not, I mean, what they're doing, I don't know. They're at 16% reporting now. How the hell is that possible? What are they doing? Well, I can tell you what they're seeing. They're seeing with 16% reporting, Trump's up 61% to her 36%. So we don't even need Minnesota. As long as we get Georgia, as long as we get North Carolina, all that's moving in our direction. As long as we continue where we're going with Pennsylvania, as long as we continue what we're doing in Michigan, what we're doing in Wisconsin, it's over with. Stick a fork in it. Donald Trump will become the next president of the United States. So I'm happy. I hope you are too. Let's go back and look at these races again for the Senate. Refresh that. Where are we at? Okay. Oh, why is this taking forever to load? Let me back out of it and try and come back in. So Fox News right now is saying it's too early to call Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada. I don't know how they're seeing that, but okay. So let's look at the Senate again. Nothing's really changed. We've held 38 seats. We've picked up 2 seats. We've flipped 2 seats. We're at 50 to the Democrats 42 because they've lost 2 seats. They've held 28. 51 puts us at, we need 1 more seat to control the Senate. The House, we have a long ways to go to see how we're going to end up with that, but it's looking very positive. 165 seats for Republicans to 110 for Democrats. We got to get to 218 to continue to hold that. And that's looking very positive. Back to the presidency again. Back to Marilyn Williams, Ducote again. How's it going?
It's good. We're feeling pretty positive.
I pretty much said that Trump's 95% in this right now is the winner.
All right. Well, you know what happened last time.
We're at 216. Georgia's almost in the bank.
What happened last time.
I know, but the only place I see that happening is Minnesota. How can, oh, wait a minute. How is that possible? Oh, no, that's North Dakota. No.
That's not.
No, now we're at Minnesota. Okay. So Minnesota is saying 25% reporting. Okay, how's that
could
possible?
you do that?
I don't know.
They're doing that on purpose.
Okay,
so they'd be
because they
laughed.
see what that number is,
I know.
55 and 42.
Freaking out.
So even if they're trying to rig the election and steal those 10 votes, doesn't matter.
It's 10 votes. We're
We're at
got
216. We're going to get those 16 with Georgia. We're going to get those 16 with North Carolina. Virginia is iffy. Let's say we don't get those 13.
Oh, look, it just changed a little bit more.
Look where we're at in Pennsylvania.
I know.
So we stand that. We've got Nebraska.
Yeah, but why
that
is
brings
it
us
striped?
to,
Why is it striped?
I don't know. That brings us to Michigan, where although it's got a long way to go, we're still looking good with those 15. Wisconsin, we're ahead. We're looking good with what's reported. So with 1, 2, 3, and 4, we win.
Yeah, 4 states.
Yeah. Where are we at over here?
Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia.
It's looking like we're not going to get New
We'll get it.
Mexico. Arizona is freaking tied.
Mm-hmm.
And Nevada is not reporting anything.
Yeah, but the big counties in Arizona, it's the big counties with the Democrat-run cities.
Yeah. So I'm not even worried about these 3 anymore.
Mm-mm.
I'm worried about 1, 2, 3, and either 4, 5, or 6.
Are they seeing that?
Because who's saying that?
Do these people see what you're pointing at?
No, but
Then they don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, because I'm telling them.
4, 5, and 6.
Well, yeah, I just got through telling them what that means.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling them what Georgia is, what's reported, what the percentage is.
Mm-hmm.
Let's refresh again. 91% now reporting in Georgia, and Trump's at 50.99% reporting, so 51% to her 48.29.
We're going to win Georgia. Okay.
North Carolina, 88.75% in. Trump's at 50.76 to her 48.10. Pennsylvania, 77% reporting. Trump's at 51 to her 47. Virginia, I don't quite grasp that concept because that's a lot of military up there. But for some reason,
Well, they're very close to D.C.
I guess because they're so close to D.C. But I wish this was higher reporting in Michigan. And, well, Wisconsin,
Just flipped
67, almost 68%
We're at
reporting.
51.
And we're almost at 51% to her 47.5.
That's right.
So, okay. Minnesota now is almost approaching the 50%. And what do? All of a sudden, Harris just pulled ahead 55% to his 42.76. Isn't that interesting?
Well, it is interesting.
So, again, I don't know what they're doing up there, but let's just say the hell with them. We don't need that. We're at 216 plus Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania. That's 267.
All we need is
If we
one more
continue
of
on,
anything.
that's
One more of anything.
that's only 36%. That's a 67%.
How's Nevada having 0 right now?
I don't know. But the closest thing next to it would be Wisconsin, and that's 10.
We could do it.
That would put us over 270.
That's right.
So
Well, hopefully. I'm going back in here.
it's close, friends. It's too close. 35 minutes past what I thought would be an easy call for this election, but that's close. I'm pretty happy with it. Where are we at in Georgia? We're 91.02 reporting now. And Trump's 2,553,434 to her 2,414,468. Unless they pull a rabbit out of their head or out of their hat, stealing some shit, we've got Georgia in the bag. Same thing in North Carolina. Almost 90% reporting now. And Trump's up 50.73 to her 48.13. Virginia is not as positive as I'd like to see it. 80% reporting, but Trump's down 47.59 to her 50.80. That can change, though. But what I'm very happy to see right now is Pennsylvania right at 80% reporting, and Trump's up 51.22 to her 47.82. That's big, folks. Brings us to Michigan. We still got a ways to go in Michigan with these counts. We're only at 37% in. That's going to change real quick in the next 30 minutes. That's 15 electoral college votes. And Trump's ahead 51.5 to her 46.74. That's big. Again, Wisconsin, 10 electoral college votes. We're almost at 70% reporting in Wisconsin, and Trump's up 50.87, almost 51% to her 47.5%. And now Minnesota just flipped in these numbers. As I was telling you, there's something weird shit happening up there. We're at 46% reporting now. And now Harris supposedly is at 55% to his 42.79. Again, I'm going to say the hell with Minnesota. Let's say we don't get Minnesota. Let's go back to 216. We add in Georgia. We add in North Carolina. We add in Pennsylvania. That's 267. All we need is one more state. We either need Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada. We're going to get one of those. And all we need is 3. And they're all over 3. And that gives us 270. So unless Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania do some kind of bullshit like we see and happen up here in Minnesota, then I don't see any way that she gets to 270. Let me look at this. Let's say she's at 193 right now. Let's say she could take these things that we don't have trending for Trump right now. She takes Alaska, 3 college points, electoral college points. She takes Hawaii, that's 4. That gives her 200. She takes New Mexico, that's 5. She takes Arizona, that's 11. She takes Nevada, that's 6. That brings her down to, can she take Virginia? Possibility. That gives her 13. That brings her 235. So she would have to win Minnesota, that's 10. She would have to win Wisconsin that Trump's ahead in, that's 10. She would have to win Michigan that Trump's ahead in, that's 15. That's the only path she has to 270, and that would give her exactly 270. And they're just now calling New Mexico for her, which I just said, let's give her that. So there you go. Right now, the Electoral College is in his favor, and right now the popular vote is in his favor. Currently, Trump's at 58,569,808 votes to her 53,807,079 votes. Georgia's still looking good. 91% reporting now. He's at 51% to her 48. North Carolina is now at 90% reporting. He's at almost 51% to her 48. Pennsylvania is almost at 80% reporting. He's at 51.5 to her 47.5. Brings us back down, folks, to we need Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Well, the hell Minnesota. We took that out of the equation. We need Wisconsin and Michigan to get off their ass and count these votes. And right now, it looks very good for Wisconsin because it's almost 69% reporting, and Trump's at 51% to her, let's say 47.5, almost 48%. It's still close, but it's looking good. Okay? There's no other way of putting it than it's looking good at this point. And that's given her New Mexico. It's given her, that's if she took Arizona, although Arizona is still going to be close. Arizona is almost 50% reporting now, and Trump's at 49.66 to her 49.53. Arizona is still, Arizona is a toss-up state. Who in the hell would have ever thought that? And we have zero reporting in Nevada. What are you doing in Nevada, folks? Same kind of thing that you're doing up here in Minnesota, I guess. I don't know. Sure is freaking strange to me. Anyhow, I'm going to take one more quick break so I can run to the restroom real quick. And this time I'm going to get a bottle of water. I think this is my last beer for the night. And here's where we stand. Trump is at 232 electoral college votes, and she's at 198. She needs a miracle to happen right now. And I don't see that happening. I really don't. So with that, I'll be right back.
Backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. They raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
You know this is the Biden-Harris administration. Are you aware that this is the Biden-Harris administration? And she is indeed the vice president.
Not only does she inherit these numbers and contribute to them, she was the tie-breaking vote on $3 trillion of spending bills. So she is almost personally responsible for the massive inflation that you just showed on that chart.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, to be the border czar.
The criminal cartels are running the entry into America, and the numbers are at a 21-year high.
Challenges that we're seeing at our southwest border. No one knows this better than the vice president.
Kamala Harris, mostly silent after bragging about her role in helping shape Joe Biden's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal.
Just made a really big decision. Afghanistan. Yes. Were you the last person in the room? Yes. And you feel comfortable? I do.
The body of American Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, and 5 others were, quote, brutally murdered.
These hostages were discovered in the tunnels under Rafah. That's where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris put pressure on Israel not to enter for a month.
And we're looking at about 1.5 million people in Rafah. I have studied the maps.
There's nowhere for those folks to go.
That's the weakness that leads to the death of hostages.
Are you aware that this is the Biden-Harris administration, and she is indeed the vice president?
The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted.
She cast the deciding vote to pass the American Rescue Plan, which pushed inflation, supporting all the spending that President Biden signed into law, and people are still struggling to pay bills.
Even some former Obama economists had said the American Rescue Plan has contributed to the inflation that we're seeing today.
It's definitely too big for the moment. I don't know any economist that was recommending something the size of what was done.
The tremendous wall of money just sets off a dynamic. Then the thing about inflation is you start chasing your tail.
Did it create inflation?
We're going to get those
$2 trillion of deficit spending create inflation.
Did boost demand, and that is one of several factors that are involved in inflation.
And there are 15,000 people in Beaufort County who are
We're ahead in Wisconsin. That's
and
the
the
closest
line
thing
of
we have
people
right
in
now.
need seems to be growing.
Higher gas prices and rent also helps push inflation up.
Economic indicators point to
The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted.
All of this is part of our blueprint together for what America can be. This is Bidenomics.
Vice President Harris.
Vice President Harris.
Vice President Harris, my name is Steve Nakui. I'm the father of Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakui.
My name is Jim McCollum. I am the Gold Star father of United States Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum.
This is Mark Schmitz, Gold Star father of Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz.
My name is Darren Hoover, and I'm the Gold Star father of United States Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G., was killed in the Afghanistan exit at Abbey Gate.
Our kids were murdered because of your administration.
You were not at Dover for the dignified transfer. At no time have you reached out to me to offer your condolences, to offer thank you for Kareem's sacrifice and service.
You have 13 families who have been waiting over 3 years to so much as get a phone call, to so much as hear our kids' names said aloud.
You failed for 3 years and 8 months to acknowledge our kids.
Where were you and Joe Biden on August 26, 2024? Nowhere near Arlington Cemetery. You couldn't be bothered to be with us or even say our kids' names, just as you have done for the last 3 years.
Vice President Harris, I ask you, why won't you return a call and explain to us how you call my daughter-in-law's death a success? President Trump has called. President Trump shows up. President Trump takes the time to hear our loved ones' stories.
We invited him to be there.
These are the only memories we get to make with our son, and it is you who is playing politics and trying to detract from our memories made that day.
President Trump has been there for us. He's been a rock for us. He showed compassion for us, and he showed he truly cares for the families that truly do know what the ultimate sacrifice really is.
"4 years ago, we took a wrong turn and lost our purpose. We lost the strength that makes Americans who we are. If we dared to speak the truth, it was called hate speech, and our values were labeled shameful. That's when everything we cared about fell apart. We surrendered our borders, our paychecks, and our courage. Our patriotism was called toxic. Men could beat up women and win medals, but there was no prize for the guy who got up every day to do his job. Now we're being asked to settle for the way things are. And we're wondering if America can make a comeback. We can, because we've done it before. When we get knocked down, we don't stay down, we get up again. We fight, we fight, we fight.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message. This is America's border czar, and she's failed us. Under Harris, over 10 million illegally here. 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl. Brutal migrant crimes. And ISIS now here.
Do you have any plans to visit the border? You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. I don't understand the point that you're making.
Kamala Harris failed, weak, dangerously liberal. Be sure.
Now her laugh is Korean.
And I pledge to you if
In the final weeks leading up to the U.S. presidential election, Republican nominee Donald Trump has spent millions on this ad campaign.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
The online and TV advertisements in battleground states attack Trump's Democratic rival Kamala Harris, saying she supports taxpayer-funded transgender healthcare for prison inmates and men in women's sports. The two are hot-button talking points in a broader campaign against transgender rights. But how significant is the issue?
Transgender insanity, the hell out of our schools.
Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance frequently bring the topic up at rallies and in interviews.
But me personally, keep men out of women's sports.
At one such Vance rally in Portage, Michigan, Trump supporter Richard Merrill said it is Democrats who keep the issue on the political agenda, quote, because they've got no policy.
Transgender, I think, is a scam anyways.
Personally, I do identify as non-binary, so I use they, them pronouns, so I find it a little comical. I think it's a little funny.
In Grand Rapids, barista Clay Eiley says the Republican ads just reinforce his support for Harris.
It's intentionally trying to alienate the transgender community.
However, political analysts say transgender rights are rarely mentioned when voters are asked about their top election issues.
I think it's not something that most voters think about.
Paul Beck is a professor emeritus of political science at The Ohio State University.
But they feel that here is a cultural issue that they can take advantage of and put the Democrats or the Democratic candidates in a difficult position.
In a recent interview on Fox News, Harris defended her position, saying she would follow the law, which ensures health care for prison inmates, including gender-affirming care.
And let's see where we're at, folks. We're at 232 for Trump and 212 for Harris, and I don't see a possible way for her to get there. She would really need, besides taking Nevada, Arizona, even if she took Nevada, Arizona, and Minnesota, she would still have to take Wisconsin, which Trump's ahead in, Michigan, which Trump's ahead in, Pennsylvania, which Trump's ahead in, and Georgia, which Trump's ahead in. And I don't see it happening. Alaska, give it to her. It ain't going to help her. Hawaii, give it to her. We're talking 3 and 4 electoral college votes between the two of them. It's not going to happen. And on top of that, look at the popular vote. Trump's at 60,418,123. She's at 56,306,838. So not only is he winning the popular vote, but if things continue like they are right this moment, he is going to get 270 and win the electoral college as well. For that not to happen would be some kind of really strange shenanigans pulled out at the last freaking minute. Georgia right now is 93% reporting, and Trump's almost at 51% to her 48.5. Pennsylvania's at 81, almost 82% reporting, and Trump's up 51.5 to her 47.5, a little over half. Michigan's another, okay, so Michigan, although Trump's ahead, 51.71 to her 46.58, only 42.16% is reporting at the moment. Wisconsin, who would have thought? That's a blue wall fixing the chroma right there. 74.5% reporting, and Trump's at 51.29 to her 47.25. Minnesota is the only strange thing that's happened tonight with not reporting to the last minute. And then all of a sudden, when they did, it flipped in the vote-wise. And we come down here to Arizona. Once again, we've got Trump ahead, but only by a very small percentage. And reporting 51% in. And Nevada, for some reason, has nothing reporting. So I don't understand that one at all. But what is happening is the Republicans have just taken back the Senate.
Yes.
We are at 51 now. We flipped 2 seats. We picked up 2 seats. We held 38 seats. Democrats held 28 and lost 2. So Republicans are back in control of the Senate again. And the House has a ways to go yet. We need to get 218. We're at 169 to 125. Chances are we're going to keep the House. I don't really see a problem with that. I believe that all along is going to stay the same. But the big thing here, 2 big things. We took the Senate, and it's 90, I'm going to say at this point, 98% positive that Donald Trump gets to 270 here shortly and becomes the next president of the United States. So there you go. And we're at 11 o'clock. So it's all looking good. I'm going to continue to keep reporting on this for a little bit longer. I said I would go to midnight or until the election's called. Now, I didn't say until I called the election, because I want to call the election right now and stick a fork into this shit, all right? Yeah. But let's reboot one more time and take a closer look. Where are we at in Georgia now? Why they're not calling Georgia, I don't know, because it's 93% reporting.
Cool. And
Trump's got 2,601,408 to her 2,483,19. That's almost 51% to 48.5%. Georgia's in the bank as far as I'm concerned. Pennsylvania, 83% reporting, and Trump's almost at 2,997,928 to her 2,786,311. So 51.3 to her almost 48%. Michigan still got a ways to go. 43% reporting for some unknown reason, but Trump is ahead. 51, almost 52%, 51.77 to her 46.52. Wisconsin now is 75.5% reporting, and Trump is up 51.21 to her 47.33. Minnesota is the only thing that's helped her out in the past, well, since this whole thing started. And you go back down here to Arizona, and 50% reporting, and we're still looking at Trump slightly ahead, 49.79, almost 50% to her 49.5. So let's do the math again. And let me recycle that one more time. Trump's at 232. I'm going to give him Georgia at this point. I'm going to give him Pennsylvania at this point. That brings him to 267, with just Pennsylvania and Georgia. All he needs is either Michigan, which he's ahead in, Wisconsin, which he's ahead in, Arizona, which is tied, and Nevada's not reporting. He needs 3 electoral college votes, as far as my math is concerned, in order to pull this off. How does she get to 270? She's got 212 right now. We know she's going to get Alaska, but we don't know that, but let's say she does. That gives her 215. Let's say she gets Hawaii, which she probably will. That gives her 219. Let's say she gets Nevada. Okay. 212 plus 3 plus 4 plus 6. That only gives her 225. Let's go out on a whim and say that she gets Arizona. That's 11. I don't see it. Let's do this again. Plus 3, plus 4, plus 11, plus 6 in Nevada. That only gives her 240. Let's say she gets Minnesota, which is looking positive. That gives her 250. She'd have to take away Wisconsin. That only brings her to 260. She'd have to take away Michigan. That's the only way she can pull this off. And right now, probably the closest thing to it, I would say, would be Michigan with 44.54 reporting. And we're looking at Harris at 46.68 to Trump's 51.59. I don't see how she gets to 270. I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
You out of here, brother?
Yeah, we're out of here, brother.
All right, you did good.
We'll see you soon.
All right. We got to do dinner sometime soon.
Yes. What we do. Seriously, thank you.
All right, folks. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see how she gets to 270. Stranger things have happened. All right. But right now, it's damn near impossible with Georgia already at 93% reporting, and he's way ahead. Same thing with Pennsylvania. Same thing. Michigan's kind of teeter-tottering there, but Wisconsin's in the bag. It is what it is. Show me another way that she manages to pull this off, and we'd talk about it and go have some oranges, but I don't see it happening. Other positive thing is we've taken the Senate, and we're probably going to keep the House. If we don't keep the House, it'll be freaking shocking to me. All that being said, you have many places to be tonight. You chose to be here with me, and for that, I am forever grateful. Thank you very, very much. I'll be back here on a Thursday night for another live edition of the Douglas Ducote Show. Always, please say a prayer for our men and women serving the United States military, our veterans, our law enforcement officers, our first responders, their families, our Angel families, our Blue and Gold Star families, and our country. And if you do not know what Blue and Gold Star families are, or Angel families, please look it up. They need our prayers today more than ever before. And probably after tonight, we don't have to be that concerned about them anymore, because this current administration has been pissing on the graves of their loved ones, which is about as un-American as you can possibly get. And if Donald Trump pulls this off, as it looks like he's going to, then he has the backs of Angel families, Gold Star families, and Blue Star families. And that is wonderful. Take care, everyone. God bless you. And I'll see you back here on Thursday night.